Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Well, welcome. This is track 7 of TCF 2022. And my name is Orlando Hernandez. I am a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the College of New Jersey. And the department is the one that mostly puts together this event every year. We are glad you're here. And without further ado, we're going to start the presentations. The first session, in the first session, there are 2 presentations. And one is on representing topography and land heterogeneity in climate models by Enrico Sorzetto. And he is with the Princeton University and the NOAA GFDL. And I do encourage the presenters to present themselves a little bit more extensive as you see fit. And then the second talk in this session is on critical minerals for the energy transition, challenges and opportunities by Rachel Coit, and she is with the Ohio State University. So without further ado, you can start, Enrico and Rachel.
Great, thank you so much for presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And most importantly, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Great. So thank you all for having me. It's great to be here. So today I'm going to talk about climate models, and in particular, how we represent land in climate models. And we will see this is very closely related to computing. It's a very, do you see? Okay. So first of all, why do we care about land? So we live on land, but usually when we think of climate models, we think of models of the atmosphere, of rainfall, clouds, and so on. And so first I'm going to argue that land is very important for us. For example, for fuel security, for extreme events, droughts. So we do care about predicting how much water will be there in over which time scales, for a large number of reasons. So we do care about land for our living, but also for the effects land feeds back into the climate. It has effects on the atmosphere itself. So these are the 2 main reasons why we do care about predicting the evolution of land. And to do so, we use climate models or land models. And the main issue here is that the events that we see on land can span very different time scales. For example, at the scale of a single event, we can think a few hours or a few days. We are interested in these kind of events, for example, for managing a hydroelectric dam or for water regulation or for extreme events. And so these are what we usually deal with using hydrological model or weather forecasting models. But then if we upscale, we can look at the seasonal, for example, at the evolution of land over a growing season, which we're interested in for agricultural purposes. And if we upscale more, we can study the evolution of land over decades or centuries. And this is what we use climate models for. So for all these applications, though, we do need to have a computer model which describes all that happens on the surface of the Earth over land. And what has been developed in the last few decades is the so-called Earth system models, which couple the atmosphere, land, and ocean. And in particular, over land, we can see we have a lot of complexity to describe because we have so many natural and anthropogenic phenomena. For example, agriculture, evolution of vegetation, snow, mountains, all these objects, all these components of the land system do interact very tightly with atmosphere, exchanging water, heat, and other quantities. And so we need to capture as much as possible of these very rich physics to predict the evolution. And so to solve the problem, the state-of-the-art models that we use are computer models which describe ocean, land, and atmosphere. So we can think of these as separate components. We have a computer model for the atmosphere, a computer model for the ocean, and one for land. And we can see that the Earth, so atmosphere and land and ocean, are discretized in grid cell. And within each grid cell, what the model do is it solves the mathematical equation of the physical processes that we want to describe. For example, land will receive rainfall and other quantities from the atmosphere, and then it will compute, it will evolve. So for example, vegetation is evolving, the water storage, and a lot of other quantities which we're interested in are the object of calculations. And it gets really complex. So for example, biogeochemistry, vegetation, fires, human activities, irrigation, fertilization. So it can get really complex. But how can we describe all these phenomena, all the heterogeneity of land using this simple discretization in grid cells? Well, we can take a look over the past 20 or 30 years of these models, and we can see that the resolution has been increasing. This, for example, is, you can see over Europe, elevation, and the properties of land can be described more and more with increasing resolution, which helps. But the bottleneck here is that if we keep increasing resolution, we are going to hit a bottleneck, which is the available computing power. And if we dive a little bit, since this is a computer science conference, I need to show this plot. So the main bottleneck is, in this case, computing. And we've seen over the last 20 years a slowdown in the increase of frequency and power used by a single processor. For example, you can see the red points and the green points. The steady rise, what used to be a steady rise of CPU speed and power has been decreasing. And so what we are left with lately has been increasing the number of transistors and increasing basically the number of cores. And so these models try to adapt to the available computing power. And so this is very important to project what is going to happen to the future of this computer model and how should we develop them to take advantage of the available computer architecture. And to take a look at what happened, aside this, the history of computing, let's take a look at the history of these models, which developed over the same few decades. We can see this is the timeline for the climate models developed at GFDL here in Princeton, New Jersey. And so we can see in the 60s, the first actual global climate models were developed with the interaction of cloud and radiation. But then as computing increased, two main things happened. Resolution was more kept increasing, but also the complexity of the models. And so, for example, models were able to resolve hurricanes since the 70s, and then more and more complex things. If you look at the latest, in recent times, we are able to include in the models things like projecting fish stocks and other available fisheries, and more extreme hurricanes and storms, and more chemical compounds and more variables. So basically, we see that more computer power gives us a more rich model, so we can study more problems which are connected, for example. But also the increasing resolution, it comes with this. And now we ask, can we keep going like this, or should we try to look at different solutions with the incoming change in available computing? Now, so what happened? Yes. So one possible, a very hyped argument right now, a very hot topic, is the use of machine learning to overcome, to some extent, the limitation in computing available. And so one question I want to briefly talk about is, can machine learning help us with the evolution of these models, with the development of these models? And there are some challenges here. So when I talk of machine learning, I talk about a set of statistical methods, which probably you've heard about, because it's these days it's very common, and we hear a lot about it from private companies using it for insurance rates or all kind of applications. So one very common techniques, for example, is neural networks, which I depict here with a simple scheme, which basically is a complex statistical model to link inputs to outputs, so to link different physical quantities. And one interesting application is the so-called convolutional neural networks. So if we can see on the right, the use of these convolutions or operational images gives us the way of treating 2D or multidimensional, basically images. So this is a very common tool, and there's been a lot of work trying to use it to improve efficiency on climate models. Or even use these tools as emulators. So instead of developing these computationally expensive climate models, some researchers say, why don't we directly base everything on these statistical models? So I'm going to just give you 2 examples of why it is difficult to apply this to climate. And one of them, the first challenge, is the multi-scale nature of some of the processes which are computed in climate models. And so, for example, you can think of the clouds during a sunny day. So it's not like the problem is not like classifying cats and images of cats and dogs. One key properties of these phenomena is that they occur over a huge range of scales, from kilometers to millimeters, basically. And so when we feed to these statistical models data at one scale, it's very difficult to generalize at other scales. And here I'm just showing very recent research of like 2022 of people trying to actually generalize neural network to these multi-scale problems. So it's actually a very, very open field and very interesting, but it's still a challenge. And a second challenge of using machine learning for emulating climate problems is that if we feed data to these methods, you know, they learn from data, but they do not easily learn the laws, so the equations behind the data. And so, for example, we can teach these models to emulate the evolution of the climate, but some basic laws, for example, the conservation of physical quantities such as water or heat, it's very difficult to have a model both fitting the data very well and observing these physical constraints. And so this is also actually a very hot topic, and there is many people are working on this. And this is another recent paper which you can check out. But the interest is there. And for example, even companies like NVIDIA are building computers with the objective of emulating climate problems. And so it's very, there is a lot of effort right now, despite these challenges, to use these tools, because the data, there's so much data that it's like worth a try. But in the context of land models, I'm going to show you how we can use now some machine learning techniques to optimize the existing models. And I've shown you the importance of land, of modeling land, for example, the availability of water, heat, and so on for our livelihoods. Something where machine learning can help is model the heterogeneity of land, which is very, describing it with a traditional computer model is very computationally intensive. Because within a single model grid cell, we can have a lot of like different crops, natural areas, and so urban areas. And so can you capture all these features using machine learning and then improve model performances? So what have been done in the last few years is actually, given a grid cell, we collect a lot of information about it. For example, the map of elevation and a lot of other environmental data. For example, slopes, temperatures, precipitation, and so on. And based on all this data, we partition land in a little units which are very homogeneous in itself. So for example, all pieces of land with the same elevation, with the same average precipitation, and so on. And once we do this partitioning, we put them back together using a clustering technique. And so we get a very high resolution map of land reconstructed and clustered together in a few clusters. So why is this useful? This is actually very powerful because we can take a traditional grid cell of a climate model, And if we do this clustering, we can actually solve all the physics happening within the grid cell for each cluster, and then map the results in space. And so, for example, here I'm just showing an example of simulation in which we study evaporation. And we can see that doing this clustering, we can use a traditional climate model and actually map the results back in space. And for example, you can see that even something like the river network here in blue in the picture is actually very easily, you can see basically the river, so the area where you have a lot of evaporation. And so this is an example of how using a clustering technique combined with a traditional computer model of climate over land can give us a very, very remarkable results. So we can more efficiently describe very heterogeneous surfaces. And so a second example of this is solar radiation over mountains, which is an interesting problem for climate, but also if you think about it, it can have other applications, for example, agriculture or the yield of solar panels over a very three-dimensional terrain, like with not a flat surface. And so even in this case, the physics is quite complex because we have solar incoming radiation over a 3D over mountains, so we can have reflections, shading, all sort of processes. But using this kind of approach, so taking land, clustering in a few, using a machine learning clustering approach, we can come up with a few clusters. And then for each of them, we do the calculations. And I'll show you an example of results. So we can see in these maps that we can, what is the true physics, which would be a very high resolution field. We can approximate it with just a few tens of tiles. So a few tens of clusters. And the importance of this is that what would be like to do the full calculation, it would be like around 1 million data points, let's say. And using 10 or 100 clusters, we can already recover like 80% of the original map. So clustering in this case is very powerful because it gives us a huge boost in describing very spatially varying problems using just a few data points. So I'll leave you with this. I'll just summarize that describing land is very difficult because the processes involve so many scales and they are so variable in space. So machine learning can actually help us improve the existing models that we use. And I'll leave you with this. And if you're interested in this or more details about how climate model works, feel free to contact me. This is my email. I'm really interested in chatting about this. And welcome any question either now or after, I don't know, at the end of the hour, whatever works best. Let me unshare my screen.
I think our topics are sufficiently different enough, Enrico, that if anyone has questions now, it would be a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from the audience? So Rachel, go ahead with your presentation then.
Great. So we are still going to be sticking with land, but taking maybe a slightly different tract, but staying in the earth sciences. My name is Rachel Coit, and I am a geoscientist, an environmental geochemist in particular. And what that means, environmental geochemistry, is that I think a lot about the chemistry of the earth, how the chemistry of the earth is affected by human activities, and how these earth chemistry questions also affect human health. So for example, if we look back 800 years ago, we can see in the bones of farmers and peasants that there is all of a sudden a increase in the concentration of lead in a lot of bones from that period in Europe in particular. And this is related to human mining of lead activities increasing. And so Lead, as we know, is a toxic element. And so these mining activities, humans using and exploiting lead for different projects, likely affected human health, and we can see it as evidence in the fossil record. But we can also see evidence in ice cores of this increased mining activity. And this mining activity would have been much more small scale compared to what we see today. And so this is really the domain of the geoscientist, of the environmental geochemist. And it relates really nicely to the topic that I want to talk to you guys about today, which is the critical minerals for energy transition. And I want to talk about some of the challenges we're facing here, as well as some of the opportunities that I see going forward. All right. And I'm going to start today by defining what I mean by the energy transition. I recognize that this is an audience that maybe is a little bit less familiar with some of the geoscience world and the way that we talk about things. I'm going to move on to talking about what the critical minerals are when we look at the energy transition, as well as, again, challenges and opportunities that I see in this space. When I talk about the energy transition, what I'm meaning is the transition away from fossil fuels and to more renewable sources of energy. And though I'm going to be talking a lot about energy and energy infrastructure in this talk, I think that much of what I'm saying is actually applicable to computing context when it comes to the requirements of the mineral needs are going to be kind of similar. There's going to be a lot of overlap there. So from a computer's perspective, this might be interested to people that are interested in hardware and hardware sourcing. With the goal of moving away from fossil fuels, I wanted to show this image of the United States energy consumption by energy source to really give a sense of how far we have to go in order to make our Paris Climate Agreement goals and our world goals of eventually having a carbon neutral economy. When we look at the current US energy consumption, this includes all types of energy consumption, so not just electricity, but also energy consumption for transportation, for example. We can see that a large percentage of the energy
Can everybody else hear me? Rachel seemed to have frozen.
Can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Orlando, but not the speaker.
Right, so I was just trying to discern whether it was her feed or overall the connection. Maybe she can reconnect and rejoin. There she goes. So I think she's going to reconnect. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem, it happens.
Okay, when did you lose me?
You were talking about that. That's the slide you were talking about the amount of renewable energy overall in the country.
Great. So we can see really when we look at our larger energy picture in the country that renewable energy and nuclear power, which are both low carbon sources of energy, and really what we're going to be moving towards when we talk about this energy transition, they make up a relatively small percentage of our total energy consumption. And so we have a long way to go if we really want to make a full transition towards these two categories. When we look at a global picture, the story is not much different, right? So globally, we see that coal, oil, and natural gas still make up, the vast majority of energy consumption across all sectors. for the world. So we have a long way to go from both a United States perspective, but also from a global perspective. What does it mean when we talk about replacing fossil fuels? So what are we going to be replacing fossil fuels with? This is going to be varying a lot by sector. For example, when it comes to the transportation sector, electric vehicles are going to be a big part of this. And related to electric vehicles is electrification. So electrification means that instead of powering things directly by fuels, such as gasoline, or in the case, many of you may have gas heating at home or gas cookware, converting those over to a fuel source. And by electrifying, we can ultimately use more renewable sources, such as solar, wind, and nuclear, or more low carbon sources to power these other facilities that we weren't powering before. So what are going to be the mineral requirements to actually fuel this energy transition? When we talk about fueling fossil fuels, what you need is to burn a fossil fuel itself. You don't need that type of fuel for low carbon energy sources, but you do need a lot of mineral inputs in order to build these infrastructures. So I'm going to start by showing several graphs from a really wonderful report that was done by IEA, the International Energy Association. They have a really fantastic report on the mineral needs of the energy transition, and I highly recommend anyone who's interested in this topic to check out that report. Here they are comparing the mineral needs for an electric car versus a conventional car. So even though we know that an electric car over its entire life cycle is going to have a much smaller carbon footprint compared to a conventional car, its mineral footprint is many, many times higher, especially for elements like copper and manganese, but also for elements that really aren't used much in conventional cars. These include things like nickel and manganese. When we look at different ways of generating electricity, we see a similar pattern here. So comparing, say, natural gas produced electricity to wind produced electricity, we can see that we have larger amounts of different types of minerals that are needed, but also different types of, but you do for a wind farm. So these types of minerals are going to change that we need, but also the amounts are going to increase many-fold. And I'm going to leave with this final, I'm going to leave this topic with this final sort of image, which talks about how much, if we do actually meet our renewable energy goals in 2040 globally, as per the Paris Climate Agreement. Relative to our uses in 2020, we're going to need over 40 times as much lithium, 25 times as much graphite on a global scale. So the sheer amount of these minerals that we will need to be producing in order to meet these goals, it's pretty astounding. So I'm going to start with some of the challenges. And many of you could probably guess, based on some of our news recently, that supply chains are a big part of this. So a big issue is that the production, so the mining component, as well as the processing, so refining that mined ore, these activities tend to be quite concentrated into certain regions geographically, and the supply chains can be incredibly complex. I'm going to take cobalt as a good example here. So cobalt is needed for batteries in particular. It's also needed for some type of magnet applications. And 64% of the world's cobalt in 2017 was produced in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is a problem because this is a region that is quite unstable. And so there's a great deal of vulnerability in this chunk of the supply chain. Not only that, but once that mining is actually done, it's sent to China to be refined. this again could have some implications for supply chain issues depending on a geopolitical context and future uncertainties. The complexity can get, it's very dynamic as well. So for example, rare earth element mining, which has been done quite extensively in China in the past, and China has the greatest amount of refining capacity for rare earth element mining. For example, even though the United States has pretty decent production of rare earth elements, we send almost all of our refining capacity to China. But there used to be a great deal of concern related to rare earth element mining in China, related to human rights abuses, as well as certain types of illegal mining and environmental concerns. In the last 10 years, there have been tremendous gains in government oversight, as well as increased quality of the mining done in China. However, with that has also increased the costs. And so recently, in the past few years, we're actually seeing a lot more of that rare earth element mining being done in Myanmar, as opposed to China, where there is a lot less oversight and a lot less transparency in the mining process. And so while we can make gains in one area, it can be quite difficult to deal with the economy of all of this. There's also pretty long development lead times for many of these operations. So in order to meet environmental standards, in order to meet geoengineering standards, some of these mine operations can take upwards of 16 years to actually fully realize. And so if planning doesn't get started now, when the supply chain pressures really ramp up in different locations, it's going to be hard to get them started on short notice. And then finally, there are also some social and economic barriers that we need to look at. So while many places in Europe, Australia, the United States, mining these materials or refining more of these materials, as we've talked about, there are economic disincentives from doing so in these countries, but there are also social disincentives from doing so. Two examples from the past few months have been rare earth element mining in Spain, which has gained a lot of protesters, especially from local farmers in the area who don't want mining to occur and potentially impact their farming operations. As well as in the United States. The United States has a few lithium deposits, which could provide some much needed lithium domestically, but these operations have come up against a lot of local resistance because of concerns about environmental impacts from these projects. And while I understand that it's quite frustrating to hear these, mining is something that comes with costs. And so some of these local concerns can be quite reasonable. From a global perspective, there are a lot of social concerns with mining. So this image in the background here is from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where we're seeing artisanal cobalt mining. Cobalt is mostly mined at this point actually as a byproduct of copper mining. So they take the waste from the copper mining and then they refine that waste product into cobalt mining. We have these small scale operations to do a lot of this type of mining. Artisanal scale gold mining is also a pretty large operation in many parts of Africa and South America. And there's a lot of problems with this type of mining because it can be pretty damaging to human health and local environment. There's very little regulation or oversight. In Peru, for example, where you have a fair amount of artisanal scale gold mining going on, you can see that local population, which is not involved in mining, still has high concentrations of mercury, which is an element used in this mining, in their body, even if they have very little connection to the mining operations. Certain countries where this mining is occurring also have pretty big social concerns surrounding the mining operations, including use of child and slave labor. So companies which hope to source their minerals in an ethical way can run into a lot of barriers doing so in a way that is both ethical as well as cost effective. So it can be hard to turn away low cost options on the basis of the way that mining was done. There's also a lack of transparency in many of these places concerning some of the social concerns around mining. We also see the issue with decreasing ore grades in many places that have traditionally been producing a lot of the minerals that we use. So some of the largest copper mines in the world, for example, even though they still have a good deal of copper left, the actual grade of that copper is decreasing. So you're getting less bang for your buck when it comes to the amount of copper you're getting out per unit energy and per dollar that you're spending towards mining that copper. And then finally, and this is something that's quite near and dear to my heart, is that we still have fossil fuel legacies to deal with. Even though we're hoping to transition away from fossil fuels, we still have abandoned mine sites as well as combustion residuals, such as coal combustion residuals, that are a huge environmental problem in many areas. So now that I've covered a bit of what we're worried about, I want to talk about some places that I see opportunities and ways that we can find room to do things better and to build more sustainable and resilient systems. And the first is on the technology front. There's a lot of room for innovation and efficiency in this space. So when it comes to mining, for example, we're seeing a lot of people gaining interest in using former waste streams as sources of new minerals. Two really good examples is in Australia, where there's been quite an amount of copper mining in the past. People are now looking at some of those waste storage facilities and waste streams to see if cobalt can be recovered from those tailings. Also in the United States, where we have a great deal of legacy fly ash, but also coal mines, there might be ways to remove rare earth elements from those waste streams. So new innovation in those spaces to try and find ways to get minerals in perhaps unconventional ways, in ways that we haven't looked at before. There can also be innovation in the space of the technologies that we're implementing. A good example here is photovoltaics, which we used to rely on a great deal of silver to make PVs, but we've really cut down on the amount of silver used in these, and by replacing them with other materials, we've driven down the cost of solar in many, many ways. And then finally, thinking about better recycling practice and on a larger scale, more circular economies. So designing products in a way that we can more easily remove the critical minerals that we're hoping to remove from them, building materials that can more easily be repaired and reused, and building better recycling facilities to more efficiently recycle and truly recycle these materials as opposed to downcycling them. I also see a lot of opportunities in the mining space. And in particular, I'm hoping to see us learn from some of our past mistakes to do a better job in the future of mining these materials, both from increased environmental standards, increased social standards, as well as governance standards, to learn from a lot of our mistakes of fossil fuel mining and build a future mining economy and a future mining system that is a lot better than what we've done in the past. With that, here's my contact info. If you're interested in this subject from more of a in-depth geological perspective, especially when it comes to environmental legacies of energy-related mining, as well as where we're going to be looking at in the future when it comes to lithium mining, cobalt mining, etc. I encourage you to attend the Geological Society of America's conference in October, where we'll be hosting a session on this topic. I'll also take any questions at this time.
Any questions for Rachel or for Enrico? I just have a couple of questions. So Rachel, about your presentation, I was surprised on the small percentage of renewable energy. It seems, as let's say, as a layperson in that subject, that the way that is portrayed in the media, in my mind, my perception would have been much larger. Why do you think that is? Why is it that? What is that discrepancy? I think that discrepancy, it's not just me. That if you ask people that are not really familiar with the statistics, they would have guessed that it's larger. Why do you think that is? What are your comments about that?
I think there's a few things going on here when it comes to the perception. I think the first is that a lot of what gets reported about in the media is electricity consumption and electricity production, as opposed to the overall energy system. So when it comes to the electrical grid, and the fact is that we have made pretty big strides. It's nowhere near where we need to be, but I think the media is capturing sort of the trend of increasing renewables, decreasing cost of renewables, but looking at the larger picture, that we still have a long ways to go. I also think that a lot of people can see many of those incremental trends in the electricity space in their own backyards. Their neighbors are getting solar panels, they're seeing wind farms in different locations. These are things that are easy to report on, easy to take snapshots of. And so things that are a bit more personal are maybe a little bit easier to consume.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And Enrico, regarding your presentation, I had a question. Have you seen textured models being used to capture how heterogeneous the ground is in the type of work that you're doing? So things like Markov random fields and things like that?
For spatial problems, not as much. But yeah, I think, Gaussian processes too. There is a lot of, there's a lot of effort in using different models. I think that the challenging part is, as you're saying, I think something very challenging is the spatial correlation, right? Because if you move around the world in different locations, the spatial correlation varies a lot. And like the more heterogeneous a terrain is, it means that the scales at which you see something completely different is much shorter. And so ideally, that's the real variable that you want to get, because if you have it in Oklahoma, maybe you have 200 kilometers in which variability is really low. If you get to the western mountains, it's much smaller. So I think, yes, I think models of spatial dependence are, one of the ways to go, and there is effort to use them.
So they're trying to use like texture models. Then you think that would be useful as well?
I think so. I think it would be, using Markov dependence, for example, for the spatial variability, it would be I've seen many different, aspects. So far in the version that we are using at GFDL, so here, it's a clustering technique, which works well. I think one of the challenges is actually, it's validation, because due to these spatial correlations. So if you get, two data points at 10 kilometers apart, they are very correlated. They're usually very correlated. So I think some of the challenge is designing testing for the clustering or for the spatial model that you use, which, finding truly independent validations. I think that's a challenge for model selection. But if you do that right, absolutely, you can test different models, and that's that's the way to go, I believe.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Enrico or Rachel?
I have a question for Rachel. Obviously the concerns about the politics and the geopolitical challenges of some of these critical minerals. You can't help but wonder, is there any prospect of other minerals, research in that regard for battery technology and so on, that hold plausible prospects for the future in terms, and what are, if so, what do they look like from a stability and political point of view?
So I know from a stability and political point of view, there's been some interest in moving away from the lithium ion batteries and towards a sodium ion battery. There are a few drawbacks to that, and I'm not a battery expert, so I think right now we're still on the lithium train when it comes to batteries, but there definitely is a lot of interest in coming up with battery power that doesn't rely on lithium or cobalt. When we think about batteries, a lot of times the first thing we think about are electric cars and electric vehicles, but batteries are going to be a huge part of actually being able to store some of the renewable energy that we're generating. So it's a lot bigger than just the car market. So yeah, that's a huge hotspot. And so hopefully some of these technological innovations that we're looking at to try and make a less lithium, less cobalt intensive battery will go forward. Yeah. And then I also see in the chat, there was a question about how much CO2 is put into the atmosphere from mining and refining, which is an excellent question. Currently, it is from a electric car perspective and from a energy production, or sorry, electricity production perspective. So if we look at the building of a solar panel, the building of an electric car, et cetera, they life cycle CO2 emissions estimates of these things are lower than the conventional energy sources. So a conventional car versus, say, a coal-fired power plant. However, they're not zero. And I think a big area and room for improvement, and something that I think people are starting to think a lot about, is ways that we can actually get those carbon footprints decreased. So for mining operations, many of which are quite energy intensive, how can we actually power those using renewable energy sources or using low carbon energy sources, as well as sequestration methods. So, excuse me, ways in which we can couple some of these mining activities with carbon sequestration to help lower that CO2 footprint. But that's a great question, both of those.
I have a question. On the Congo, you got like about 20% marked as artisanal, and I looked up artisanal on Google, and it said, so I mean, I don't know whether I'm getting somebody's site with some specific stuff in there, but it says artisanal small scale mining. I just lost it, but it looked like it was a group. Is there a group to help these people? Or are these the people we have to worry about the most, the small scale ones, or?
So artisanal mining simply refers to any kind of very small scale, even individualized mining operation. And I would say that yes, in many cases, these populations are quite vulnerable. Not only the individual miners themselves, but also the surrounding communities, because of many of the environmental and health risks inherently related to this type of mining. It can also be, it's extra complicated because this type of small scale mining can really be the livelihoods for people in these areas. So despite the fact that it is incredibly dangerous, despite the fact that it leads to community environmental degradation, it also can be a lifeblood. And so there's been a lot of thought about ways in which we can more formalize some of these artisanal operations to better protect local communities, to better organize environmental operations, et cetera. The problem is that this requires one investment. So there's a cost to this, a monetary cost to this, which may make the mining itself less valuable and less profitable to the community as a whole. The second is that oftentimes these are in areas of conflict or in areas where it can be difficult to do any kind of organization because of the overarching social instability. So there's a lot of interest in trying to help these communities of artisanal miners, but there's also a lot of challenges.
So that actually is the same as conflict mining, or close?
Yeah, close. Yeah, I would say they're quite related. And there was a really good article published recently in the journal HDU GeoHealth on artisanal mining. The author, if you wanted to look it up, Steve Schwartz. He's at, Frank Schwartz, SCHWARTZ. He's a professor at Ohio State that's done a lot of thinking about this issue in the context of gold mining in parts of Africa.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Enrico or Rachel?
For Enrico, has there been any significant modeling of closed loop climate control that is active control of climate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Modeling of?
The actual active control of climate, putting it inside a closed loop.
In the context of land, or?
Of modeling the possibilities.
Yes, could you, sorry, could you rephrase the question? I didn't hear well.
The idea is, can we begin modeling the possibilities of taking active control of climate? As
Oh,
things
yes,
get
yes. You
worse?
mean like, yes, like designing like geoengineering kind of, you mean designing human changes to the climate, right? Plan changes. Yeah, if that was the question, yes. And I mean, that's one of the ways that these models are useful, because we only have one Earth. And, you know, much of the anthropogenic effects, for example, changes in land use, changing in, you know, emission into the atmosphere, which we study, which we have to date, are, you know, a byproduct of economic development, of society development, and so on. But once you have the model, you can make, so the whole point is to make experiments, right? It's like to have a toy model in which you can say, okay, let's change the land use, let's change and see what happens. So that's the real value. And so you can use this for, you know, to study the effect of emissions, of land use changes, deforestation, and many others. But also you can say, okay, let's, you know, let's introduce an aerosol in the atmosphere and see, you know, what is the cooling effect of these. So you can play with it and design strategies. Yeah, so evaluate what the consequences would be and the uncertainties, which are very important. And there is a lot of, you know, moral questions related to this, because it's very, you know, we only have one Earth. And so geoengineering is something people are looking very, people are very interested in, because, it, you know, from, you know, sequestration of carbon dioxide to, you know, planning land use changes. It's probably something we will need to do at some point. I mean, in small scales, maybe it's already been done. Maybe it's not efficient or convenient yet, but it will be very important in the future. And so, yes, so these models are designed also to see what happens. So design a strategy, a mitigation strategy, and see the consequences. And being the, you know, the physics complex, usually when you do something, you'll have secondary consequences that you need to, you know, account for, and then you have all sorts of moral, you know, consequences. Like, for example, so deciding whether or not to do something, it's, you know, it's policy and it's kind of unrelated. If you look at the science, you can, you know, the model can tell you with this probability this will happen if you do this, but then it's someone else's job to decide whether or not to do it. At some point, it'll probably, you know, will probably need to do it on large scales. It looks that way. So I hope this was the question. So yeah, the model can model basically, you know, anthropogenic effects on climate, whether we plan it or not. And so far, most of our effect on climate is, you know, is not, we didn't intend to do it. In the future, probably, you know, as technology improves and we are able to, you know, to willingly modify, you know, some aspects of the climate system, the models can be a tool to, you know, to study the effects and see if something is worth doing or not, which carries a lot of, you know, moral implications and optimization and who is benefiting from what, which someone will have to address. I hope this was the question. But yeah, it's very challenging and interesting to me.
Any other questions? Well, Enrico and Rachel, thank you so much for two very interesting presentations. And to everybody, we will take a short break until 11:20, at which point we will go ahead with the next presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So we are going to start the second session of this track. And the speaker for today is Frank O'Brien with the InfoAge Science Museum at NASA. And the title of the presentation is The Most Important Computer You Never Heard of. And I do encourage the speaker to amplify the information on himself or herself. So Frank, go ahead.
Hi, and good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Making it through the pandemic, I hope. Anyway, I'm Frank O'Brien. I've been a volunteer over at InfoAge for about 15 years, mostly in a role of me as a solar system ambassador for NASA. And I give regular lectures there. It's one of those things that, again, I've always had a passion for spaceflight. I've presented at TCF for years on the Apollo computer and the shuttle computers. And today, we're going to be talking about a completely different system, but one that's hugely important, both in terms of its use in the United States and also how it advanced technology all over, all over the industry. And so now we get a chance to go see if I can master all this clever stuff. Let me know if you can see my screen share.
We can see it.
Oh, super. Great, great, great. Anyway, let's see if I can get this going. All right, we're going to start with what might seem like an imaginary scenario. Of course, the events of the last few weeks make this perhaps not so imaginary. But as you can imagine, tensions between the United States and Russia, they're as high as ever before. And again, remember, this is a fictional story, maybe fictional. Nobody wants war. So far, we've been lucky. Peace has prevailed. But the militaries are suspicious of each other. And well, that's the kind of life we're living now. Anyway, oops. Now, 24 hours a day, radars, huge radars, all across the United States and Canada are looking for any kind of sign for a potential attack. They're connected to massive computer complexes and interact with one another over these very fast, high-speed data links so that the military has a great situational awareness of the airspace around North America. And these radars are the ones that will give us our very first insight on the possibility of some sort of attack. Now, military technicians are constantly monitoring the skies over the North Pole. Commercial aircraft frequently fly in and out of this area as that is the shortest route between Europe, Asia, and North America. Now, every aircraft has a well-defined flight plan, which is all stored on the computers and cross-references with the tracks on the radar. And honestly, we can argue that this is a tedious, if not completely routine job. Now, one day, imagine an aircraft is coming over the North Pole, heading toward the States. Now, a quick check of flight plans turns up empty and an intercept is ordered. Now, this doesn't happen very often. It really doesn't, but it does happen and it's not especially alarming. And, a fighter aircraft is sent up to visually identify the plane and try to establish contact. Now, understand again, this is a routine exercise, but it usually finds that there's a navigation or a radio problem, and the FAA is coordinated with, and they get the plane safely on their way. But in this scenario, imagine that now we have that one plane, and it's followed by waves and waves of bombers, and it's obvious we're under attack from Russia. Pilots are all scrambled to their fighters, and they get strapped in, and as they're getting all the planes fired up, all the computers that have been doing all the tracking update. The computers on the aircraft, navigation systems are updated, and all the tracking information is updated on the aircraft's course and altitude. And after the planes get in the air, the computers on the ground automatically guide the aircraft and guides the fighter to the target. Whoops, come on. Sometimes technology fails me. Now, with the aircraft flying completely automatically towards, a target it can't see, it's miles away, the pilot needs to have a big picture of the upcoming conflict. So there's a large screen in the cockpit that presents situational awareness of the upcoming battle, including the target's location and the fighter's location relative to the whole battle space. Now, this display is constantly updated from the ground as the fighter is then maneuvered into position for its attack. Whoops, wrong way. And so once the bogey gets into the fighter's radar range, the pilot takes control, chooses his weapon of choice, fires, and goes home to beer call. And hopefully the end of the world is now prohibited. In many cases, this is going to be a nuclear tipped missile because they're a lot more effective than traditional air-to-air. So after destroying the target, the onboard computer returns the aircraft to base. Now, this is a really clever, neat little scenario, isn't it? And honestly, it's something that you might expect, to read. Oh, come on. It's something that you might expect to read in, a current aerospace magazine like Air and Space, or maybe you have some dystopian, sci-fi novel that you like. This was 1958. Think about this. Okay, all those fun little images were, pulled off the web and, they're all from the current day. But all of this was implemented in 1958. The system was called SAGE, the Semi-Automatic Ground Environment. Only the military can come up with a name like that. And it was conceived in the early 50s. After billions of dollars spent, and this is in the 50s, this is 1950s billions of dollars, it was far larger than the Manhattan Project, and it created the largest and most sophisticated networked computer system in the world. This was pushing technology far beyond what was possible at the time, and it was a revolutionary, fully computerized air defense system. Its primary purpose? To detect, intercept, and destroy Soviet bombers coming over to North America. Now, even though an idea of a centralized air defense system, had been considered since the Second War, and right after the Second War, we had effectively nothing defending the United States. There was no technology after the Second War that was even close to being able to accomplish this. To do this, we needed the largest and most sophisticated computer ever built. Whoops. The origins of SAGE go back to 1951, and this is the Whirlwind One Computer. It was originally designed to do aircraft simulation studies. They wanted to try out handling characteristics of any kind of new design, but the Navy got tired of it. It was getting rather expensive, and the Air Force used it to study the idea of using it to plan real-time intercepts of incoming bombers. Now, understand the key point here. This is just a few years after the first computer, ENIAC, came online. This is 1951. That's only 5 years after the first computer comes up. Whirlwind One was the first real-time, fully interactive computer. By any standard, it really wasn't particularly fast, and it only performed about 20,000 instructions a second. It did have clever innovations, though. There were 16 computation units, which did your add, subtract, multiply, divide. Not quite what we would consider a core in today's processors, but it did do a good division of work. Importantly, it had a powerful I/O architecture. Much of its lack of speed was due to its really, really slow storage tube memory. And this was a terrible hobbling, part of the system. They were slow and unreliable. But processing speed increased fourfold with a radical breakthrough invention of core memory. This was the very first practical implementation of core in any computer. Now, this sounds like a really great idea. Let's practice aircraft intercepts. But the problem was all the radars were purely analog and they didn't talk to one another. So we had to build interfaces that took the analog data, reported azimuth, altitude, that sort of thing, range, and digitally send it to a computer. This was brand new. No one had ever done digital work for the radar before, but they had to do it. And data had to be transmitted over the only thing that was possible at the time, a standard telephone line. This was a revolutionary achievement, and the first couple iterations of their work didn't really work particularly well, but it was enough of a proof of concept to show that we could build something called SAGE. Whoops. There we go. Anyway, starting in 1953, the Air Force, MIT, and IBM all began designing its successor machine, the Whirlwind Ii. This is an utterly massive computer system specifically built to perform all the tasks of an air defense system. Later known by its military designation called the ANFSQ-7, again, it's a military thing, the computer was far more advanced than a few other systems of the day. Each processor, what we would consider just the processor, weighed about 250 tons. And it would be connected with high speed. Okay, there were 1,200 bits a second, and that's high speed today, not gigabit, 1,300 bits a second data links to both the radar sites and to missile sites controlled. Now, transistors had only been recently introduced to the marketplace, and their reliability and production rates were just far below what they would need to build such a system. And as a result, we had to build SAGE using vacuum tubes. But they were very high reliability vacuum tubes. Now, if the word vacuum tube and high reliability seems like, the perfect oxymoron, you can be forgiven. But yeah, the early tubes were really, really lousy. And we're going to be polite and just say lousy. But they ended up finding a breakthrough in understanding why tubes failed so often and so badly. With this huge, again, yes, a breakthrough. It's a breakthrough in vacuum tube, but it was important. The idea that SAGE now could be considered a reliable computer. You weren't replacing tubes every few minutes. You had to have a very high reliability system for all of this. Now, in each SAGE installation, we see a great picture of a massive computer here, and this is actually just a small section of it. There were actually two processors, identical ones. One was always active, and one was always on standby. The primary system was always providing updates to the secondary in the event that it might go down so that we wouldn't lose any data. But the standby system wasn't always simply mirroring the primary. Often, it was busy undergoing everything from, training exercises, maintenance, and that sort of thing. IBM was the prime contractor of SAGE, and Burroughs and Western Electric were also providing huge essential components for this overall system. This is just one of the arithmetic units. There were two of them. The second one is a little bit off to the left in the background. The processor by today would hold its own on paper. It was a full 32-bit machine. It had one's complement math, which we can argue about how smart that is. And it had 68K of this fabulous, fabulous core memory. Now, many of the operations were done on half words, 16 bits, which sounds like you're really sacrificing a lot of stuff. But the idea is in each register, breaking it into two different things, you're able to do two simultaneous operations at a time. Precision to, an extreme number of digits wasn't really all that important at the time. Radars and altitudes don't have to be precise to 10 decimal digits. We just really want to get you in the general area. Fighter speeds, fuel consumption rates, and yes, Sage track your fuel consumption. All of this, as long as it was good to 2 or 3 digits, we were more than happy. It was certainly better than anything else that we had. Now think of this, we're talking 16 bits, again, a 32-bit word. We're talking 68K, it had a main 64K and a 4K offset. That's what we use to defend the United States against nuclear war. Just let that soak in for a bit. Think about that twice. This was the state-of-the-art technology of its time. Armageddon was going to be fought with vacuum tubes, and it was actually pretty good. Now it's I/O capability. Remember, computers, it's huge. You got to get, data in and out for a computer to be useful. Now, it's easy to say that each Sage processor controlled about 150 radar displays, the radars themselves, missile batteries, and the actual fighter aircraft itself. It did, but not directly. And we're going to see a little bit more about this in a bit. There was no operating system that we think of today. There was no interrupts, no time slicing, nothing like that. It was fully real time, but it was just a tiny, tiny few bytes of code just going around in a loop, dispatching work. So again, don't try to compare this to any Unix flavor or Mac or Windows. This was really primitive. And remember, we didn't have a lot of storage. It was all really dedicated to just the application. This idea of real time, again, was revolutionary. Aside from Whirlwind One, there was no real-time computers. And that was, of course, a huge, 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 vast improvement from batch-oriented systems. It would be kind of silly if nuclear Armageddon is coming and you're waiting on someone to punch in information with a deck of cards. Batch systems were really the standard until the early mid-60s. This was a decade ahead of all that. Now, with a processor speed of, again, 80,000 instructions a second, that's pretty limited horsepower to be driving all of those peripherals. Much of the heavy lifting of data moving in and out and the preliminary analysis was actually done by the peripherals, not in the processor. It saved, a tremendous amount of cycles. And with that, we're going to be going into a bit of detail on that in a moment. 64K of memory. Geez, that just looks beautiful, doesn't it? 64K, 32 bits. And this was the key part of the magic of Sage. I mean, it's huge. I mean, 64K. I mean, think of it. Yeah, and I have a 64K on my desktop machine somewhere too. No, 64 gig. Oh, geez, it's only 1 million times bigger. Now, again, remember at the time, computing storage, what we would think of as core memory, was all done in storage tubes, where an electron beam writes something onto a screen, another electron beam reads it. This was terribly slow and also breathtakingly unreliable. If you could get a couple hours of use out of it before it started dying, you were doing pretty good. Core memory, especially when you had MIT and the military and all the rest working on it, became hugely, hugely reliable. And this was one of the magics to how well the Sage system ran. Memory access time was not bad, especially for the early 50s. It was 20 microseconds. And for core, that's not terribly bad, especially as something that was just coming into production. Whoops, there we go. Now, data is the lifeblood of any computer, and especially a battle management system, which is really what Sage did. Sage had tons of storage. Well, by its day. Disks were just now starting to come out of the labs, and honestly, they simply weren't ready for prime time. But drums were being used, and they were quite reliable. They really were. The capacity wasn't a lot. We're talking maybe 150K on a drum. And again, these are 150K of 32-bit words. And there were about 14 drums on each system. Now, we get the idea that, okay, data storage, it's going to be a large amount of static data. And there was certainly it. But the major function of drum storage on Sage was for data exchange between the primary system and the standby, and also between the processors and their peripherals, the radars, the displays, the fighters, etc. As the primary system processed all this important data, it also updated a drum that was read by the standby system. If it was up. The process is, we would think of this as just, the two processor synchronization like we find in, any kind of high availability system. But they had a wonderful little phrase for it. Instead of synchronization and all the rest, they called it cross-telling, because it's telling the computer across the aisle, okay, yeah, it's military. If the primary system were to go down, the secondary system would be immediately brought up, and then it would read from the cross-telling drum. The idea being, this is effectively what we would think of today as a checkpoint. And it would pick up right where the primary system left off. Automatically, all the other I/O devices, the displays, the radars, and all the rest would be switched over. It was a really pretty clever way of doing things. We're going to talk again a little bit more about that later. Now, to drive a bunch of displays, and we'll take a look at them in a bit. To drive all of these displays, you need to have a lot of interaction with your data. The processors just simply didn't have the horsepower for something like that. So the processor simply wrote the data to a drum. The radar display or some of the other systems would just simply read from the drum, not bother the processor with interrupts and all the rest. Again, this was a crazy system. It didn't have interrupts in the traditional sense that we think of today. All the information, radar tracks, geographic information, all that other good stuff was all stored on the drum. So it just simply read it, interpreted the data, and put it on the display. Didn't bother the processor. And so this was probably, again, one of the great advancements in, for lack of a better phrase, distributed computing. In 1953, this was pretty clever. Radars, which were offsite, and they were scattered all over the country, when they sent their data in, they just simply had that data written to a drum where the computer, when it got around to it, grabbed from the, when the processor grabbed from the drum, figured out, okay, there's a bad guy coming and he's at this position. And then it would do whatever computations and make that data available for the radar displays. Again, switchover was just a couple minutes to do this. This is, again, today that's considered reasonably good. Now, we think of a room full of radar consoles. Through a quick set of, tapping of switches, if I lost one of my radar consoles, one or two switch flips, poof, I can have a different console bring up the same data. Again, it wasn't stored locally in the processor. It wasn't stored on the radar display. You just configured a new scope to look for a particular track on a drum. This was a huge flexibility because, again, we are talking the 50s and things aren't always as reliable as we'd like. Now, we talked about the day when we have airliners, excuse me, go away. We have airliners that need to be tracked and compared against their flight plans. Well, airlines and private pilots, of course, didn't have computers, and there wasn't an automated flight planning system anywhere. It didn't exist. Computers, again, were just curiosities. There was certainly no sense of computerized flight scheduling systems. Now, in order for Sage to be aware of all the different flights that it might potentially have to track, not just over the North Pole, but all across the country, every day, armies of folks had to type in this data manually onto punch cards after contacting the airlines, after contacting the FAA to get all the flight plans for all the planes that were going to be flying that day. All of that then have to be fed in and written out to all the drums. Again, we'll talk in a bit, but think of what it was like in the 50s if you wanted to book a flight without computers. That's such a crazy thought. Because each Sage site had two processors. There was a central room where all the maintenance and operations were coordinated. Now, each system had its own maintenance service console lined up against the wall. This is looking right down the center aisle, and boom, this is basically the ops area for the two systems. All the while the system's running, hardware is checking other hardware to make certain that everything is running fine. Everything from parity checking to, did this addition actually add up, 2 + 2 = 4? Make certain there was no electrical faults. Make certain the power supplies are all working correctly. When a system went down for standby operation and everything got switched over, there were far, far more exhaustive checks. Remember those vacuum tubes that we were all really proud that they were getting pretty reliable? Well, each one of them was tested down to a certain margin to see if it was getting ready to fail. And occasionally they did find failing tubes. While the standby system was down, maintenance period is happening, they went out, swapped out all the bad tubes. When the system came up, everything was fresh and ready. And all of this was, again, done and coordinated through these large maintenance consoles, one for the primary and secondary. Now, checking every one of the 50,000 vacuum tubes sounds like, a pretty big job, and it was. And this sounds like a little bit of overkill. But understand, again, for some of us folk who aren't nearly as young as we'd like to be, understand if a system was running more than a few hours a day without a crash, we were actually kind of happy. With this setup, Sage had, over the course of a year, at most 4 hours of unscheduled downtime. Over an entire year, that's, a bunch of nines, 99 point whatever %. We didn't have that kind of reliability in our general machines until probably the year 2000. And this is the mid-50s. They did good work on this. Now, before we move on, just one thing. Take a good look at this slide and keep those maintenance consoles in mind. We're going to get back to them in a bit. Now, over 70 consoles, in some installations up to 90, like these were used, these were the radar screens, used to track and identify aircraft in a particular sector. Screen was 16 inches across, which is a good size, and it displayed first a geographical overlay, which showed where cities and towns and all the rest was. navigation information, notably radio navigation aids or airports or checkpoints, that kind of thing, and icons for planes and alphanumeric lettering for each target that they're tracking. This is in the mid-50s. This was science fiction. Now, one of the things you notice, there's a whole heck of a lot of lights, buttons, and switches. They never used a traditional keyboard. Instead, all the information was entered through all of the little buttons on the side. And yes, A through Z, 0 through 9, plus all the different functions that you needed to do, like track, stop tracking, update altitudes, these kind of things. Everything had a push button that was set up that was then read by the processor, and information was then sent back to the screen. Now, high persistence phosphors for, again, this is all vacuum tube driven CRTs. High persistence phosphors were only just now being invented. Yellow was kind of the best color that they could really have with any kind of high persistence. And so that became the dominant color. It turns out today that's kind of true too, but of course nobody uses CRTs. In order to improve the contrast, folks in the operations area, the radar areas, were all under very dim lighting. And that's kind of true. There's also great psychological reasons, which we can go into on dim lighting in high stress environments. But it also was lit up with a dark blue light. And again, this helped the contrast on the screen so that you could see your targets much easier. Now, it's difficult to see, and I don't know if my cursor is coming up, but right up in here on the main console screen, right below the couple rotary switches, there's an artifact that was really, really common in the 50s and 60s on the upper left. Any idea, any guesses on what that could be? Any thoughts? It's an ashtray. Yeah, these were the days when everyone smoked. And who is going to deny a soldier his last cigarette as World War III unfolds? Now, this is all very groovy. This is a wonderful screen, lots of push buttons and a fancy screen and all the rest. Now, your job is to be coordinating aircraft that are flying in and out of your airspace. You could have a whole bunch of them on your screen. You want to do something with a particular target. There's no keyboards. How are you going to select a specific aircraft out of the whole screen full of them that you're looking at? Thoughts?
Light pointer.
That's what we got. IBM invented the light gun. And here, there's a little pin on there that was used to put up against the screen, not to identify the target, but to get a precise length for the lens to focus properly on the screen. That's all it was used for. You press the trigger, a little flash went across the screen, it figured out the timing and all the rest, and you were able to identify where that target was on the screen, and the processor and everything else is updated, and you could start doing your fancy switch flipping. This is a great, great invention. And I use light pens, of course, modern ones, well into the 80s on the IBM mainframes that I worked on. I don't know if there's any really young folks here, but if you look up in the upper right corner, anyone have an idea what that is? Come on. There must be all old folk on here. That's a shame, but oh well. Anyway, this is just a staged beauty shot kind of picture. I don't know why a staff sergeant is there and why a lieutenant colonel is hanging over his shoulder, but you can bet he's going to be paying attention. And yeah, you just sit there and you go click, click, click onto the screen, and you see the guy in the back punching up data on the back. This is how you interacted with your scopes and your screens and all the other fun stuff. Now, you have 90 scopes, you have a military hierarchy, and there is a proper way of doing things. In any large organization trying to coordinate lots and lots of data. At the top of the pyramid, there was, we can call them the General Surveillance Group. And this was air traffic, basically air traffic control, but they weren't doing much controlling. The FAA took care of that. So if you get a bogey on your screen, the track would be passed to a weapons director who would decide what kind of response would be done. And depending on the threat, he could scramble a fighter or assign an anti-aircraft missile battery to take out the bomber. If a fighter was sent up, control was passed to an intercept director who would monitor the encounter and ensure SAGE was correctly maneuvering, to the target. In low tension times, if they think it's going to be, and of course, airliner, the intercept director would just say, call up the FAA and say, we're going to figure out this guy for you. Now, with all of this, and I'm hopefully going to be running right on time here, almost done. With such a monstrous set of processors, displays and all the rest, we needed a huge building. And the SAGE infrastructure was as big as you can imagine. It was enclosed in this huge blockhouse, 4 stories high and about 150 feet on a side. And although it wasn't supposed to survive a nuclear attack, 6-foot thick concrete reinforced walls are pretty sturdy. And the smaller section off to the right is just the cooling and the power generating plant. Each one required about 3 megawatts. And with all those tubes, about a third of that power was just for the air conditioning. There's about 24 SAGE sites built, and one of them, and the very first one, is not too far from the college in New Jersey. McGuire Air Force Base had the very first SAGE system. Anyway, we're not gonna dwell on this. This is the cross section of a SAGE building. One entire floor was just for the 2 processors. The top floor was where all the radar screens were. Bottom floor, all the telephony equipment, everything coming in. And of course, you can see the powerhouse and all the rest. This is the big board. There you have it. It's not as fancy or as big as you might have expected. This was really the nerve center where all the command and control of World War III would be done. And although it's kind of small and Spartan, military commanders could bring up any display they wanted to get proper real-time situational awareness of how the battle is starting to unfold. Phone lines were set up to all the units in the field so that they can, get their high-level orders out. And again, it doesn't look, the glamorous and huge and expansive as Hollywood, will let you think, but to have this kind of capability in the mid-50s, right after the Korean War, to watch war in real time, this was just science fiction. Anyway, the big board's alive. And although it might be a little bit tough to make out, and again, I don't know if you can see my cursor, here's the coast of Jersey, here is Long Island, you can see Cape Cod, and here is an intercept that's in progress. The tracks of the 2 aircraft are going to be coming together, and hopefully there's a bad guy that might get splashed. Anyway, all this computing power and the resources and all the rest are useless unless there's an effective way to shoot down bad guys. And while the SAGE system was being designed and built, the Air Force put out a contract for an advanced fighter to integrate all this capability. And after years of effort, it's government operation, the effort bogged down. The required technology just simply wasn't available. So in the interim, the F-102 Delta Dagger was introduced to less than enthusiastic reviews. It was overweight, underpowered, didn't have half the SAGE capabilities it needed. So, but it did the stopgap. It is something. Finally, in '58, the true ultimate interceptor was delivered. The F-106 Delta Dart is still, to this day, from 1958, the fastest single engine aircraft ever built, carried nuclear tipped air-to-air missiles and was fully integrated into Sage. Its capabilities were fully integrated, as we were talking about in that crazy scenario at the beginning of the talk. You know, this easily, a quick overview of its capabilities would easily be confused in the 21st century. This is the cockpit of the 106, the 6 as they referred to it. That situational display is right below the stick. And the magic of this aircraft was its sophisticated computer. It had a digital computer built in from Hughes that controlled just about everything. Again, this was all designed in the mid-50s, had miniaturized vacuum tubes, about 450 of them. It had a drum storage for all the navigation and intercept data. It took care of the uplinks from Sage, displayed them on the screen, steered the plane, managed the radios, all in a 16K machine. It's amazing what we had capabilities of. Now, again, with all of this fancy stuff, here you have an airplane designed in the 50s. All the other airplanes, after 10, 20 years, were, and mostly after about 15 years, almost all of them were scrapped. The F-106 kept flying until the mid-80s, 1986. And the last unit was the Air Guard base in Atlantic City. Now, and we're getting close on time. How well did Sage perform? Well, in the beginning, not as well as it was hoped, but given, you know, this was a vast, brand new technology, yeah, that might not have been a surprise. If you remember the shutdown of the airspace on 9/11 and how unprecedented it was, well, it wasn't. It wasn't the first time we shut down all the airspace in the United States. Starting in 1960, there was an annual exercise of called Sky Shield, which was intended to run all through the United States. We would shut down all air traffic for a day, all the airlines, all the private pilots. No one could be in the air, so we could test Sage. And the airlines were really on board about that. They turned it into a big festival. That was kind of surprising. Hundreds of bombers participated in the exercise. And a similar number of fighters were tasked to shoot down, as we think of, the bad guys, the incoming bombers. Because, you know, we're all good friends, the RAF, the UK, wanted to try out their new fighter bombers, the Vulcan. This was absolutely, again, like the F-106, absolute state-of-the-art for a bomber. Now, the RAF got their orders and, well, decided to ignore some of the details. They flew a completely unexpected bombing profile, and they had extremely good radar jammers, and they flew their attacks essentially unchallenged by the American fighters and Sage. Now, thinking that was a one-off, they were invited in 1961 to participate again. And again, easily they got to their targets. Ultimately, the Air Force realized that we need to upgrade radars to keep that level of jamming from completely shutting down the air defense system. Ultimately, Sage was obsolete the day it went live. The new threat from the Soviet Union was now ballistic missiles, not bombers. And because of its huge cost, Sage cost the taxpayers $2 billion a year. That's about 25 billion, you know, again, depending on your inflation, maybe about 50 billion a year today to keep operational. Honestly, the money was better spent elsewhere. Some of the Sage centers were closed down just a couple years, 5-7 years after they were built. Still, the last system survived until 1984. Think of that, 1984. Now, the role of air defense has grown and matured and is certainly more capable than Sage. But we're kind of left to wonder, with all that prowess expended on developing this amazing system, Did any of it spill over into our lives? I mean, we've seen light pens and core memory and all the rest. Was there anything else that we got out of all that money and effort spent? Well, the primary benefactor was IBM. It was the prime contractor for the hardware. And with the knowledge that it gained from its work with MIT, it just simply leapfrogged the competition. Through its understanding of advanced electronic design and core memory and all the rest, it started introducing brand new lines of computers, starting with the IBM 704, and that went up to the 7090. The software effort for Sage was massive, about 500,000 lines of code overall for running the system and its infrastructure. This gave IBM invaluable experience in large software applications, and it used its pool of now experienced Sage programmers. But the crazy thing that's equally dramatic as a spinoff from Sage, one day as Sage was being put together, an IBM vice president had a chance meeting with the CEO of American Airlines. Now in the 1950s, understand there was nothing computerized. When you made a flight reservation, clerks had to run to a paper card catalog, just like the old style library card catalogs. Find a flight, add your name, take care of all the billing and all the rest. If you were doing a complex routing with a lot of stops, reservations could take an hour or two just to book one flight. You couldn't get a lot of the reservation clerks all working together because they were all crowding around the same card catalog. The two executives realized that Sage, much of its operation was the same thing as an airline reservation system. And IBM was then contracted to create what ended up being called the Sabre reservation system. And Sabre exists today through restructurings and rewrites and spin-offs, and obviously it's not the same system, but now we know Sabre, which came out of Sage, as Expedia and Travelocity. Now, if you've ever wanted to see a Sage system, we're going to wrap up here. And they have bits and pieces of it at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View. But if you don't want to travel that far, again, pandemics are a bitch, just turn on your TV. In the 1960s, a movie prop house grabbed a lot of the frames that came out of one of those decommissioned Sage systems, and especially the maintenance consoles. There is probably no other prop in history that screams computer more than the maintenance console. You can see it here off to the right in that classic, my favorite show, The Time Tunnel. And it also shows up in just about every other Irwin Allen sci-fi show. It made appearances in Lost and Airplane, and name your favorite, again, sci-fi movie. It was in Lost, Airplane. It was even in Woody Allen's Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Sex. In total, about 100 movies and TV shows have showcased Sage. And, it's the computer that keeps on giving. Whoops, let's see what we can do here. Anyway, I'm sorry for making this so fast and all the rest, that sometimes there's so much to talk about and there's so little time. And so what do you say we open this up for conversations?
Thank you, Frank. This was very interesting. So we have about 6 minutes for questions. So any questions from the audience? I have a couple of questions, Frank. You mentioned a breakthrough in vacuum tubes that increase the reliability.
Yes.
My question is, if you can expand on that a little bit, and then the other question, so you can take them both at the same time, is, do you know if the involvement from MIT was specifically Lincoln Labs?
First off, yes, it was Lincoln Labs was created to support Sage. And as far as the vacuum tubes, it turns out, and again, we're going to be digging way, we're going way down a rabbit hole. It turns out, if I have it all correct, I have the resource here. It turns out the filaments, when they were designing the vacuum tube, had very low levels, if I remember this correctly, of selenium. And this was contaminating and basically poisoning the grid on the vacuum tubes. Again, there's lots of papers written on this. I believe I'm correct. I should have this off the top of my head. But once they realized this and cleaned up the materials used in the filaments, this immediately was the big breakthrough. There was, of course, other things as far as traditional product quality control and that sort of thing. But once they got through with that, boom, all of a sudden, reliability just leapfrogged.
Thank you. That's very
And that's
interesting.
that's all the vacuum tube technology I know and understand.
Very, very interesting.
Anything else? Come on, we had a lot to talk about. There's got to be something.
Frank, I'm curious, this is Marty, if you had looked into any of the patents from the early work that was done on that Sage system or the Whirlwind 1 or 2?
I tried. They do exist. They are public, but I grew up. I started life in doubly in digital design. I genuinely don't speak vacuum tube. I have a whole textbook on the technology of the vacuum tube technology and the circuit diagrams and such on Sage. And to be honest, I'm going to look you right in the eye, or I'm going to look right in the screen. Or I'm going to look at something. I'm going to look at my camera. I honestly don't read vacuum tubes. That's
I was thinking perhaps even of the core memory, the early core memory patents, and how that then
patents are out there. They're well understood. A large part of core memory patents is on materials that do a great hysteresis curve, which Jay Forrester and all the rest smack their forehead and go, oh my God, we can create memory out of this. But the earliest body of knowledge was really on the magnetic properties of various, ferric oxides and such. And, again, the hysteresis curve you can get when they're trying to magnetize it.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I was at MIT in the 60s, so I was a little bit behind the curve on some of this stuff, but certainly some of the names are very familiar to me. And I think one of the first computers I worked on was the 7090 that you made mention of many years ago.
Yeah. There is, and I'm looking at it right now. There is a marvelous book on the whole thing called From Whirlwind to MITRE, which of course Lincoln Labs eventually evolved into. It's more of a bureaucratic history, but there is some good technology stuff. I use that as a non-trivial reference. So again, From Whirlwind to MITRE.
Great. Thanks for that reference. And thanks for your presentation. It was fascinating. As you said, the fascinating computer that, I'd never really even heard of.
Well, that's
in
it.
terms of the history.
Again,
so
everything from pointing and clicking to core memory, all of this came out of, keeping us safe from World War III with 64K and hash tray.
Do you know anything about the messages that went between the radar sites and the central computer?
Okay, from radar sites, and again, I know we're running real short on time. I'll keep an eye on that. The radar sites did not send a huge comprehensive thing. Remember, at the time, all they're doing is just recording a return. So it's azimuth, elevation, and range.
So how did the central computer determine the direction of movement and things like that? In other words, what you need. So how frequently would a message be sent between the radar? In other words, if you're tracking one specific aircraft,
right?
How frequently would you get an update on that from the radar system?
4 to 6 times a minute, and they sent down the data immediately. That's just the speed of the scope of the radar dish turning. Each time it caught a ping back from the plane, it would send a message.
Thank you
so
very
over
much.
time, you just track it over time and, calculate course. Radars back then weren't sophisticated. You were lucky to get a return back. And you're
Thanks for
lucky
your
not to have it jammed.
Any other questions? I mean, this is pretty much all the time we have. It was a fascinating presentation, and the talk of vacuum tubes, very interesting. They actually have a direct correlation with MOSFETs because they're both voltage control current sources. So that's, I think they still should be taught, but as a historical segue into MOSFETs. But thank you so much, Frank. We are going to take a 10 minutes break, and we're going to come back at 12:25 for our next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I enjoyed this.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to start the next presentation in this track. And the next presentation is by Orlando Rivera from VRSpaces.tv and DigitalSummit.tv, as well as Maria Rivera from Berkeley College. And again, I do encourage the speakers to amplify their introductions. So go ahead, Orlando and Maria.
Hi, do you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, and Maria? I don't hear you right now. So Maria, your audio is off still.
Yes, her audio is off.
All right, give me 1 second.
Maria, can you hear us?
Okay, Maria, she needs to be, she cannot host, her audio can't be turned on. I think the host has to turn her on. Audio, Maria,
Let me see.
she has the slides.
She should be able to mute herself.
She was trying to unmute herself. She couldn't. She said the host is not allowing that. Assuming that's you, I know I can't.
Well, I'm gonna make it a co-host so that way she can do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that'd be.
All right. Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Orlando and Orlando. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here today with Orlando to present an introduction to the metaverse, virtual reality tools and techniques. And we're going to get started. So our agenda is a little bit full. We're going to talk about what is virtual reality and augmented reality. We're going to get a short history of virtual reality. We're going to talk about different VR headsets. And I want the session to be participatory. So in the chat, if you have used VR headsets, it'd be great as I'm speaking about different sections, if you could enter in the chat what headset you're using or what your experience has been with VR. Organizations using virtual reality and social virtual reality. What exactly is social virtual reality and the metaverse? Orlando's going to give you a demonstration on how to create avatars and some other cool things. And he's also going to talk about what is the metaverse and how are we going to build it. So just a little bit about me. I have about over 15 years experience in training and development, working for various corporations, pharmaceutical companies, real estate companies, government agencies. I've led strategic initiatives, education initiatives at various colleges. Formerly at NYU-SPS in the Division of Programs and Business, I led the operations for management and technology vertical with over 1,000 students. And I'm currently an adjunct faculty at NYU Tisch Institute for Global Sports. And also, as Dr. Orlando said, Director of Continuing Education at Berkeley College, overseeing a variety of different programs. Orlando, take it away.
Oops, sorry. I had Skype hanging out. So essentially, I've been in the mobile space now for about 10 years. I've been in development for over 25 plus years. I develop video on demand systems, live streaming systems for QVC, AT&T, Intercall, big training organization, and many more. Done development for JP Morgan Chase on the mobile development apps, IBM Watson Research Center. I've done work with the Department of Defense and other organizations doing call center control, done VR work and AR work for the Hudson River Park systems. And we have apps in the Oculus store, including Apple and Google Play. Been visual effects for indie films and shorts and a lot of other things related to iPhone, iPad. So I've been around the block. I have a film background and a mobile background, and I love being engaged in immersive reality.
Thank you.
Yeah, so some of the apps you'll see in the App Store, from games to more AR related work, and a lot of corporate stuff there for the Chase of the world and the IBM. The next slide. Monster Gate was something that we have in the Oculus Store for the Oculus Go, a multi-user game that allow us to go in there, defend the fort. It kind of became the placeholder for how we develop our own metaverses. So game development has been a big part of what's driven a lot of the new technologies when it comes to VR and AR. Next. Smart XR is some of our work we were doing in AR right now. It's actually being updated, so it's down right now, but that's where some of our XR AR work has happened. Next. And some of the graphics that you'll see if you go to Google Play or the Apple Store for the Hudson River AR in the park, you'll be able to see 3D animals and videos. And if you go into the parks along the Hudson River on the Jersey side and the New York side. Digital Summit is kind of our flagship website, which really we do a lot of our video and AR, VR work, including a lot of our editing and animation work. Next. And VR spaces, where we're going to be talking a bit more about where is our real focus now, creating kind of VR social environments where we can create both public and private spaces. Today, metaverse is almost an overused word, but that's basically what's being called. And we're going to talk a lot more how not only do we developing this and some of the techniques and some of the challenges we face.
Thank you. So before we talk about the metaverse in a more in-depth way, we want to talk a little bit about what virtual reality is. And again, if you have a headset or if you tried virtual reality using different tools, please put it in the chat. We'd like to hear from you. So what is virtual reality? Virtual reality literally makes it possible to experience anything, anywhere, anytime. It is the most immersive type of reality technology and can convince the human brain that it is somewhere it is really not. Now, during the pandemic, I have to tell you that I really used the VR headsets quite a bit because I was able to escape to different countries, to have different experience, such as using, there's a great Apollo 11 experience VR, a lot of different VR apps that really transport you from where you are to these other places, and it really is relaxing, and it's so immersive, it feels so real. So what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is the real-time use of information in the form of text, graphics, audio, and other virtual enhancements integrated with real-world objects. And again, if you've had some experience with augmented reality, please put it in the chat. There's a lot of different apps here. We have somebody who downloaded some apps and they're in the city and they're able to see information regarding those places that they download apps for. So for example, you have augmented realities regarding restaurant coupons or makeup, or you get to try things on clothes before you actually buy them. And even recently, we ourselves purchased we're looking to purchase a water cooler, and we were able just to download an app and place that water cooler where we wanted to put it to see if it fit, it looked right. And that was pretty amazing. So there's a lot of application for augmented reality. Another example, some of you may have downloaded a furniture app, which a lot of is really popular right now. So you can see how that piece of furniture is going to look in your living room or your bedroom or wherever. And it's pretty cool because you get a realistic view of how that furniture will look before you buy it. History of VR. So we can't talk about the history of VR without mentioning 3D technology and the Stereoscope of 1838. And it was interesting because just the way I was using my VR headset to travel with a product called Wander and just see different cities and people, experience it with other people as well, which we'll talk about later. The Stereoscope was really two images that were taken at slightly different angles. And when those images are put in the Stereoscope, it mimics this 3D effect and really nicely done. We actually have one of these. And you see the picture on the right there's a little bit more in terms of the second statue is a little bit more enhanced, and on the left side, there's less of that statue, but that slight difference is going to create this 3D effect when you view this image through the Stereoscope. So that's pretty cool way of looking at or being able to travel virtually. Then you have the Sensorama, which added other elements like sound and fans, so you could feel like you're traveling somewhere or on the road and it feels real. Some of you may have gotten the Viewmaster years ago. They did a beautiful job with having, some of the Disney stories in using these different slides. And they did a beautiful job there as well. It's just done really nicely, beautiful visuals. And the first VR AR, Ivan Sutherland, 1968, he created with his team a head-mounted display with 3D head tracking. And he was also a professor of electrical engineering at Harvard University. And he enabled the digital wireframe graphics to be superimposed over the real world, which was really groundbreaking for its time. And some of you may have heard in 2014, Oculus Rift, Palmer Luckey founder, launches a Kickstarter. And in 2014, it was acquired by Facebook for $2 billion. And more equipment becomes more affordable, right? The Google Cardboard, you could put your phone in this Google Cardboard glasses device and have VR experiences, which was really cool. And the ETVR was similar. You would put your phone, or you could put your phone in this device as well. And if you think about it, again, these two images, the video that's being created, similar to the Stereoscope, right? That concept. Videos, slightly different angles, creating this virtual experience. If you had an experience with the Google Cardboard, let me know. It was very popular. Some schools are still using it. There was an important inflection point in VR. The New York Times VR content, innovative storytelling at its best, truly. In 2015, the New York Times partnered with Google. And this VR experience, remember, this is a Google Cardboard with a phone, and there's a film called The Displaced. It's truly an immersive experience. You really feel for these children in these challenging areas, just beautifully done. It's a truly powerful empathy engine. And in 2016, there are more VR headsets that come out, the Oculus Rift. And in May 2018, the Oculus Go comes out, and it is a real game changer because this is a wireless device. You don't have to be tethered to a computer, and it's extremely powerful. So VR tracking, VR requires some kind of tracking. The Google Cardboard was the accelerometer and the gyroscope on the smartphones. On the Oculus Go, one hand controller, you have 3 degrees, so you can move your head up and down, left and right, and tilt it in either direction. And with now the Oculus Quest 2, there's 6 degrees of tracking. So you're able to physically move in and out, to the side, you can crouch up and down. And that helps you help you have even a more immersive experience. And this is, of course, the Quest in May 2019 and the Quest 2. So the Microsoft HoloLens is a mixed reality, augmented reality device. And truly, this is a great product because this is more of a product for a product that can be used to create toy designs. And Mattel used it extensively. So you have people all over the world, developers in any part of the world coming together to create a design using these types of headsets, which is really amazing. So Londo, talk a little bit about the screen resolutions.
Sure. So a big part of was have these headsets have improved has been for many reasons. One of them obviously is resolution. The more resolution you can put in front of the eyes, the more realistic you can see the details in these immersive realities, because it all depends on this. And we see this improving year after year after year. You see that the early Rift and Vive had 1080, the 1200, and it's kept improving. The Sony PlayStation actually coming out with a new one later this year, an improvement on their Sony VR PlayStation, and that's going to have comparable or maybe a little bit better than the Quest 2 today. So all these resolutions are getting better, and but it's not only that the resolution is getting better, it's all the other pieces around it, including how it tracks your hands and also the 3 and 6 degree of mobility.
Thank you, Orlando. And, you know, I was thinking when I first met Jessica Hendricks at a VR meeting in New York City, I learned about this tool, this VR app that she created with her team called BioDrive. And what was exciting was that this was really for middle school children to learn about the career of a marine biologist, investigating the delicate ecosystems of venomous marine snails. And, you know, they had such a great data, you know, how the students were learning, how they were using this, a sophisticated product. And it was exciting to see that, because I'm thinking at that age, if I had access VR experiences to learn about different careers, maybe, you know, I would have, you know, different options. And so it's good for kids to have all these different options, but really have that close view of what these careers are like. It's one thing to hear about them, but it's another thing to experience it. And that is, they did a beautiful job. And that was with the Google Cardboard and the iPhone, phones, the smartphones. And I have to tell you, this is, you know, a story that really always motivates me. In 2020, just as the pandemic, you know, the lockdown became a reality for everyone, the NYU Rory Myers College School of Nursing was having an issue because they usually send their students out to get field experience. They usually gain clinical experience via rotations in hospitals, but that was not possible. Then they ended up using virtual simulations with voice-activated nurse avatars, using virtual reality software with various scenarios to train their students. That's amazing. And some of you may have heard in the news, a lot of medical professions, people, doctors, surgeons practicing a procedure before they have to actually do it via VR, which of course can minimize risk. So this is an amazing product for education. So you heard me talk a little bit about using it for leisure, like for example, experience, you know, Apollo 11. But, you know, in terms of having that experience, but then here we're talking about using it for education, for a true transformation of skills, which is really extraordinary. And also in the news, Walmart used the Oculus Rift for their pilot Walmart training program, Walmart Academy training with different VR scenarios. There are programs for different positions and occupations. They said that 70% trained on the Rift outperformed those trained via other tools. That's pretty amazing. And in 2018, they bought thousands of Oculus Go headsets to expand their sales training. And here there's other examples. The mine rescue simulation helps create a safe and cost-effective way to create training, effective training for dangerous situations. The Accenture Virtual Experience Solution is a virtual reality training experience that makes the unknown familiar in human services. Now, this is interesting because I've done a lot of live training, and to hear that they reduced training time by 40% and they improved employee performance by 70%, that's an amazing, those are amazing statistics. And it's encouraging to hear of that kind of training and that kind of transformation that can happen in such an important field. One experience I had recently was there is a film, a 45-minute film called Madrid Noir. And it's a great little film. It's a mystery film. And it really draws the person in the VR experience to participate in the story. And there are elements of live theater, different sets pop up. There's great sound effects, and you pick up objects, and you're part of this experience. So there's a lot of application here also for education. Imagine you're teaching leadership, or you have role playing. You can create different sets, and these sets can pop up and kind of disappear, and another set comes up, and you could try something else out, but in a very immersive way, a very memorable way. We'll share the deck. Someone asked about deck, and we'll also share some URLs so you can check some of these things out. Sub-benefits of VR in talent development. It appeals to a variety of learning styles because you have the auditory, you have the visual, the kinesthetic. So people like to try things, and they feel empowered, right? And they can learn things that way. It eliminates risk and safety concerns. It reduces the training budget because you have scalability, right? You don't have to go to 100 places to do live training. You can have these experiences delivered through the headsets, right? Delivering results to a wide range of industries. As I mentioned, you have pharmaceutical, you have telecommunications, you have so many different types of industries using virtual reality to conduct training. And it removes time and travel from the equation. So using VR for leisure, you could travel around the world anytime, as I mentioned. You can go see the Grand Canyon, you can kayak in Antarctica, just so many cool things that you could do. There are, of course, many games, meditation, which is really in the front of everyone's mind right now, being mindful, being able to relax. You can escape to amazing experiences. And one of the things that I love about VR and the metaverse is socializing with others. So in other words, if you're traveling, maybe you want to travel to a museum in London, and you're traveling with a group. You can teach a history lesson. You can have this experience with a couple of people, which is really cool. This is an example of the Oculus 2 home screen, and just to share that. So I'm just going to talk to us a little bit about the videos that are used, how videos are created for VR experiences. Thanks, Orlando.
Sure. So a big part of what VR in the early days, there was an awful lot of 360 videos, which is a is an easy way to create an experience in this immersive environment. So taking these early cameras, stitching them together to create a 360 was pretty complex. In this example, this particular camera does about 5.7 video, and it can basically it has two lenses, one on each side, and between them, it can take a 360 and it will stitch it all for you together. If we look at the next screen, next slide, we can see, the next one, I'm sorry. Next slide, yeah. So each lens would take a part of the environment. It'll be like a wide angle lens. And these two pieces will be stitched together with software. In the early days, there were multiple cameras, and many of the high-end ones still do this. But the complexity of stitching it together gets very, very, it just becomes much harder to pull off. Now, in this case, this can become, the next slide. Oh, it's not there. Okay. So there was a slide to show you the entire screen stitched together. And basically, that's how you would create a 360 environment. So a lot of folks can simply buy these units, $300 to $500. GoPro has one now, a little bit more, but essentially the same thing. So if you wanted to quickly create a 360 environment of a realistic space, you can do that with stills, or you can do it with video, and it can be very compelling. The downside, I guess, is that doing things just with video doesn't give you the same interaction you might have if you have 3D. So in many cases, people combine 360 video images with 3D environments together to give you a whole synthetic world. And that's going to be an exciting part of what makes the metaverse work really well. And Maria's going to talk a little bit about this.
Thank you, Orlando. And by the way, those cameras are so cool. So what is social VR? Social VR gives the users the opportunity to engage with people from all over the world. And players can choose or create an avatar, hook up their VR headsets, and walk around in either a developer-created world or a world that users create themselves. And I just want to give you a quick example. So before, when I mentioned the Apollo 11 app, so that's that I'm having that experience on my own. I put the headset on and I'm traveling with Buzz and Neil, and it's amazing. But there's nobody else. I can't invite my my partner or friends, because it is just this one-to-one experience, as outstanding as it is. But then let's say I'm using a product like Wonder, where I am traveling to a place, Puerto Rico, wherever, and I want people to travel with me. Maybe we're going to visit a historical site, whatever it is. So that makes it even more immersive, because you're seeing the place together. You can talk about it, and it's very realistic. Now, of course, I'm just going to talk about how to create an avatar, but in these with these social VR experiences, you could also create avatars before you enter the environments. So what's fascinating, though, is that in terms of this type of industry, how it's growing, right? It's expected to reach 800 billion by the middle of this decade, and by 2030, that figure is expected to multiply by 2.5 trillion. That's to 2.5 trillion. That's an amazing little bit of information about where this technology is going. And I love AltSpace VR. If you've used AltSpace VR, please put it in the chat. It's a great social VR platform. It's kind of an informal social VR platform. They're beautifully designed. And the marketing director of AltSpace says, a social platform for VR said, when you meet with someone in VR, there is a sense that you are together. You experience something with that person in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. And that is, I believe that. A lot of companies using social VR for meetings and a variety of things. So use cases. So for example, in AltSpace VR, they have a lot of different events. So you can see someone inviting you to a meeting where someone's playing guitar. There's an open mic session. There's meditation. There are education sessions. So there's a lot of opportunity to connect with people with social VR with a tool such as AltSpace VR. Something happened extraordinarily, it was really amazing. In March 2021, Microsoft's Ignite Developers Conference was conducted with AltSpace VR, and there were close to 3,000 developers all over the world. James Cameron heliported in for his presentation. Just truly remarkable that it worked so well, and it really went out without a hitch, as the people said. So when you're in these social VR experiences, you're not going to see yourself as you are, of course, you're going to see yourself as avatars. So these are our avatars in AltSpace VR. Alonso, myself, my brother-in-law. Now, I want to give you an example of how you use AltSpace VR or social VR for marketing. Hi, I'm Maria Rivera. I'm part of the virtual reality development team at SmartXR. Welcome to our XR Conference Center demo. We can create and host meetings, training, and large conferences in all kinds of virtual event spaces, from comfortable office spaces like this office for small meetings or coaching, to larger rooms that are more urban like this, or rural, or casual space for team building. This demo will show you a possible scenario of what a conference or training meetup might look like. I hope this gives you a better sense of what our XR and VR Conference Center can provide. So you can see that, and by the way, I did want to go out to the previous slide and just mention that David Rivera is also a consultant, a programmer developer consultant for VR spaces. So if you look at that video that I just showed you, think about it. I didn't have to do a lot in terms of getting, my hair done, or because, this is an avatar, but it's professional and it's a quite elaborate marketing piece. This is just a small piece of it, but it was great to be able to create it and show that we could, use marketing in VR as well for marketing purposes. So AltSpace VR, you might want to check it out at some point if you're really interested in having a social VR experience. It's free. There are a lot of features, as you can see. You can have a slide deck, many features. You can use it on a Windows or a Mac. Really amazing product, and it's free. Then we have Engage, which is more a corporate type, a more formal VR platform. You have auditoriums, you have conference rooms, and you have full length avatars. Outspace VR is just part of the body, but these are full length, full body avatars, which is really amazing. And you could customize them. And of course, you can use this on a Windows or Mac or iOS, Android. And there is a free account, but there's also a paid account for the additional features. Glue is another similar type of social VR environment, which is kind of a go between Altspace VR and Engage, kind of in the middle. Again, there's a free account, a free subscription and a paid subscription. And Spatial is really an amazing social VR app. You should check it out, see the demo. It is very polished, it's great. They're all really wonderful in their own way. But I think Spatial, you'll be taken, just be really impressed with how they developed it, the visuals. They did a really nice job. And here's a summary. And when I share the deck, please take a look. You can see all the comparison between the products. And I would suggest that you download them or download two of them, Altspace VR, maybe one of the other ones, so you can do a comparison. So Orlando is going to talk about now Web3 on the Metaverse. Take it away, Orlando.
All right, thanks, guys. So I guess we want to get into more, a little more techie on how you actually create some of these environments. And at the end of the day, I guess a big part of it's very hard to describe a VR environment without actually using a headset. And headsets are coming out in the future from Apple and other vendors, and they're getting lighter and they're much more improved, and it's going to make it easy to deal with. But at this point, we're going to talk a little bit of what's going on in the future. There's a lot of talk about Web3 and Metaverse, and the idea is that there'll be an interactive environment where everybody can connect, and it'll be almost utopian in nature. There's a lot of discussion about NFTs, which are basically certificate of ownerships that are being used for all kinds of from Coinbase and monetary e-commerce scenarios. And NFTs are having a big impact in both in selling of digital art and in digital real estate. And we'll talk about that because it's having a real impact today. And it's all based on the blockchain technology, which is really sort of having a big impact on how the future of e-commerce may be conducted. So the next slide, but we're more interested in what's going on now, because the whole idea of Web 3.0 and the metaverse of the future, people are talking about the next 5 or 10 years. And that's great. But also the reality is that trying to create that kind of utopian metaverse is going to take a long, long time. And there are a lot of different interests that don't necessarily line up very well. So in today's world, the metaverse is really more of a multiverse of metaverses. All kinds of different folks are getting involved with creating these different metaverses. So it's more like you see like Sandbox or Decentralized Land and all these other folks that are creating pieces. Obviously, Meta or Facebook is creating one, Microsoft and many other folks are going to jump into the fray. And a big part of our interest is how do we sort of create this so that everybody can take advantage of it. And let's look at the next slide. So what's going to happen is that I put into the chat the vrspaces.tv, which is our metaverse. The idea is that not everybody's going to want to go into the big boys, and some people want to have their own personal private brick and mortar. And so we're sort of developing technology that's going to have a free tier for the folks to come in and enjoy. And so other organizations, they want to have their own metaverse, their own area where they control people coming into that world, not just give up control to maybe the Facebooks of the world, and make it really easy to onboard, which could be very, very difficult at times. And we've seen that what works well today is that the user interface is easy to use. And that's key to making all of this work. Next slide. So building the metaverse takes a lot of different type of technologies and companies. And just a sampling here of different pieces you need. You need software engines, you need ways to create assets, hardware interfaces, displays, virtual worlds, avatars, and marketplaces, as well as financial services. And that's where some of the blockchain technology comes into play. And we're going to be talking about a few of these because it's a big, big subject and how we would approach this. The next slide. So the idea of a metaverse, there's a lot of approaches from an architectural point of view. But one of the more common ones is one that we're pursuing in our own endeavor. And this is a constant changing environment because a lot of new interesting technology comes on board. But essentially, all the different clients, all the different headsets, all different people, it could be desktop, could be headset, are really communicating with a central server. And the central server is responsible to making sure everything stays in sync. If you did a true peer-to-peer scenario, that's much more complex. While doable, it doesn't expand as well. And that's why the internet works so well, because it's self-contained to a big degree. But you will see all kinds of different architectural models. The next slide. So basically then, the server engine or the game engine is there in the center of the spoke. And all the different clients, all the different software running on the VR headsets are communicating to that, to that central piece, which is the way all games have been developed for a long time when it comes to multiplayer. And because it's the only way to effectively try to keep the universe in sync. Let's go to the next one. So building the metaverse means a lot of different things. So we basically need to be able to make buildings, make assets that you own the building. You need interactive assets that do things like radios and boats and other activities that may happen. Because if you don't have that, you're going to have just a pretty looking museum piece that nothing happens in. So we need things to actually move around. NPCs or non-player characters, from humans to birds to cats to people that actually inhabit the world, apart from actual people who have avatars that'll be living in that space or moving in that space. So we need those things. We need rooms and homes, place for meeting rooms, whiteboards, video screens, slideshow presentations for meetings. You need avatars that actually animate and interact with the world, hand and speech. And we're going to see a little bit of that when I get into a demo showing how we will create avatars and how we deal with lip sync, for instance. And obviously the world should feel like there's something really happening there, weather, rain, day and night, and so on. So the whole building we're building VRSpaces.tv, and I gave you the link in the site so you can check it out when you get a chance, is that creating avatars that allow you to sort of be able to interact with that world, have lip sync, have facial expressions, and that's improving constantly. And in order to make an immersive environment, you need things that feel like you can interact with. And we're going to be showing some of that. Next slide. So we're going to jump into a few demos. I'm going to share my screen and show you a few things. And let me give this a shot. And let's see if I get this. Where are we? Okay, we're here, I think. Okay, hopefully everybody's seeing that. So right here, this is essentially, let me refresh this page. So we created an environment. We're going into a soft beta next month. So folks who are interested in knowing more about this can just stay tuned or contact us. There's going to be more information on the website coming up soon. Right now, we're targeting Quest 1 and 2 as a primary, but we're doing it in such a way that we'll be able to quickly move to other VR headsets with our open standards, whereas Vive, Index, and eventually we're going to have desktop and Mac and Windows support, as well as iOS and Android support. So the idea is that we'll create these spaces. We're going to have VR spaces as a public facing environment, but we'll also be able to create these spaces for other organizations so they can do as they wish. So you'll be able to interact and talk and so on. This gives you a little sense. This is older video, but it gives you a sense of the environments we're creating, from very corporate looking to very Pixar looking. And at times we'll go into something much more realistic. In this case, there's a big park system that we have. Here's kind of we call it Brooklyn, but it's kind of a urban little environment where you sort of can run around. And here you have a kind of a Roman town, more realistic looking piece where you can explore environment. So you can use these spaces in all kinds of ways. But the real sell isn't what you're seeing here, because it's just a 2D environment. It's when you have a headset and you're in it and you can move around freely and do all kinds of things. You can think of it as kind of a Disney World without lines and without the constraints of having to go do the ride exactly the way you want. In this space, you can explore and sort of examine different things. So, so VR Space One, we also had digitalsummit.tv. It's kind of a video-centric website. We did a lot of storytelling here, mobile VR and AR work in the past. We've done from films and short and from even feature films. We believe the metaverse is not only about immersive, it's about storytelling. So the idea of telling a story inside metaverse is a big deal, because that's how people learn, exploring on their own, checking things out, and interacting with characters. And that's the exciting part of what the metaverse is going to bring to us. So we've done animations in the past. This is from a film we were working on. Frankenstein was one that will be coming back next year. But let's talk a little bit about how we actually create these avatars. So let me make sure I'm on time. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit how in the past, creating avatars was a very complex environment experience, because you needed to know a lot about 3D, about rigging, about animation, using tools like Maya, 3D Studio, and many other tools that allow you to create these characters in games. And that's how a lot of it is still done today. One of the nice things about the evolving technology that's supporting all of this is that there are ways to create avatars much, much easier. One of the sites that I like a lot is readyplayer.me. And we're gonna, again, give these resources out so you guys can check them out yourselves. And we're actually gonna go through an example of this. So the idea is that you can actually create avatars using this tool set. But what's really unique about it is that it gives you a lot of built-in technology that you can jump on rather than doing everything from scratch. And I'm going to actually go through this process myself. So just to give you an idea of a bunch of different avatars we developed, you'll see some avatars, and actually some of them you'll see later on. And when I show you how the lip sync works. So we can go from avatars that, let me go in here for a second. And it loads up, basically all this runs on the web, so you don't have to download anything. And you can customize and do all kinds of work on not only what they wear, from skin tones to clothing to hair, and all kinds of technology. So we're going to go into this into more detail in a minute. I'll show you how that works. But what's as we dive into this, I'll explain what this means. It doesn't just mean that you have a static statue of yourself. An avatar has to be an avatar that has expression, that can talk, that can blink, that hand gesture, that can grab things. And that's pretty sophisticated stuff. All you need now is a brain. And in most cases, it's going to be us being the brains of it. But in other characters, non-player characters, there'll be an AI brain that lets them do basic tasks and sort of interact in the world. So if anybody's seen, we've seen a million movies about some of this, but like Free Guy and so on, where you have characters that are driven by AI technology. So let's take a look at how we actually do this. I'm going to create a new avatar, and you'll see how this process works. So I'm create new avatar. So we're going to create a brand new one. Now it's going to ask us two basic questions, male, female, basically. and I'll go with male, I guess. Now, at this point, there's kind of an interesting part where you can actually upload a picture or take a picture yourself. It'll look at you and it'll create an avatar that looks more or less like you. So you have a few options here about creating personalized avatars. I'm just going to continue without a photo because now I can just pick some avatar I like. They give you some templates here. And you see a bunch of different faces and hairstyles, etc. And let me see what I feel like. Oh, I'll go this way. I picked the first one. Now it's loading this template of an avatar, and they just put some random clothing on him for now. He's obviously not going into work today. So the first thing down below is really the skin texture from lighter to very dark. It all depends how you want to play it. So we'll pick somewhere in the middle. And now let's take a look at the next phase. Now here you can actually, and you can move things around so you get a better look at what the avatar could look like, is what kind of face they want, rounder or thicker. So if I pick a few of these, let's see how that looks. Let me move in this way. While I jump over here, you see some slight changes in the chin, narrow face, and so on. So I'll just stick with the first one. Now we can jump on to the next one, which really is eye shape. So you can pick all kinds of different eye shapes, and let's get a big eye here. And then now we can play with the nose. What kind of nose do we have, you know? So from here, a more narrow nose. Okay, and it's very subtle stuff. So you really can play with the appearance here. And then let's do the deal with the lips. And I'm gonna leave this alone because I think it looks fine. So let's go. Let's see if we can do something about his wardrobe. So here you have default, and here you have all different wardrobes you can try. And I'll just randomly pick a few. Again, from very casual. Let's see, let's jump around a little bit to more sporty. He's more of an athlete, working around. And here he's going out to the prom. And you can go to really strange little fantasy superhero, I guess. I don't know what that is. And again, there's all kinds of clothing you can play around with and allow you to sort of create an avatar that you might be interested in. So let me stick with, all right, let me go with this. So now we can go and work on his hair. Now he has, I think the hair is okay, but let's just mess with it just to change it. Okay. And okay, make him more youthful, I guess. Let's go here. Okay, we'll do that. And he has already a little Van Dyke, and we can change that a bit. I'll pick just the mustache. That doesn't look too good. Again, and let's jump around a little bit. Okay, lighter beard, lighter still. And so you have a whole bunch of potential beards that you can put on him. This definitely doesn't work. and that doesn't work either. So I'm gonna back up a little bit, see if I can find something that's not too, all right, we'll stay with that. Now we'll go to the eyes themselves, you know, and again, you can pick the different shades of color. We can give him brown eyes or these little funky little eyes, I guess, but we're gonna stick to something that's more normal.
Alonda, we have a question in the chat about the cost of Ready Player Me.
Sure, it is free. At this point in time, none of this costs you anything. And I'll show you how you download it. So you can create these, play all you want, create an account. Many places that are creating avatars are using this. There are ways to integrate into your own software, but if you simply want to create an avatar, you can come here and then you have your own little library and you can even download it. And I'll show you how you download it and potentially bring it into some other software to add animations or to bring into Unity or even Unreal. Okay, we'll leave him with those eyes. And again, you can mess around with the eyebrows. And if you want to have him be cool, you can give him some glasses. Why not? That looks okay. And these are kind of funky little heads, like they give him masks and stuff. I won't play with that. And if you wanted to have a hat, which, okay, could do that, but I'll leave the hat off. Okay, so now we got a bunch of folks, and this is a full body avatar at this point. I'm going to go back to the hub. It's going to sort of prepare this avatar. Okay, so where is he? Okay, it's coming up. Oh, there he is. Takes a minute or so. So at this point, I have my my little strange guy sort of hanging out there. I can go back and edit him if I don't like something about it. And he's a full body avatar, and we're going to come back to him because we'll probably use him in the next segment. But essentially, you can do things like, if you here, I actually have an account. Again, it's a free account, and I can download this avatar. It supports the format called GLB, which is used by a lot of software. It's kind of new. Most game engines like to use .fpx, so we're going to do a conversion at one point. But this will give us an avatar that not only has a rig, an internal bone structure, but has facial and lip sync capabilities. We still have to do work to make that work, but we can modify that. And now I'll show you slightly, we'll come back, but I'm going to just do a change, and we're going to create one new avatar. And let's see, where do we do? Okay, I'm going to pick on, okay, let's pick on, okay, let's go here. Let's go, I'm going to edit this guy. I just want to show you a slightly different avatar. Oh, no, he's still not what I wanted. Hold on. And I'm gonna, let me try this one more time. And usually when you first load up, it gives you the body type. So we got this, but it's not what I really, and I wanted to continue. There's something called VR body that just gives you the upper body and not the whole piece. So we're gonna skip this for now because I don't want to lose too much time. I want to show you how I download this character. Let me move this out of the way. And let's go. Okay, so let's go back to our friend here. I'm gonna download him. Okay, and it downloads and gives you this long-winded name. And let me show you something real quick. And I'm going to rename, this is Windows, but this will work on a Mac. Okay, able to, okay. Okay, good enough. So it's a glib file, and we're going to discuss that a bit more. So, all right, so now basically you can create an awful lot of avatars here and just play here on off and create whatever characters you want, female, male, you name it, from really funky looking characters to very corporate, sophisticated characters. Then, for instance, we'll see this guy a little later when I start showing you lip sync. And here he's dressed down. Later on, you'll see he's in a whole formal suit. So let's take a look at that next step. So we'll come back to, I want to show you software that we'll use to animate, then I'll show you how to convert it. So here's another site called Miximo, and this is an Adobe sponsored site. And essentially this lets you upload characters or simply get a character here, add animations, and download it and use it in your own games in Unity or in any other project in Unreal. So the sample character is this old guy hanging out here. So this basically you can get, this is free. You can go and create an account here and at miximo.com. And we'll put some of these links. I'll put some of these links inside the chat as well, but we'll have a page with all this. So if we wanted to switch characters, and let's just pick on a younger guy. I'm going to switch to this character. And here he is, just hanging out. And then if I want to add animation, there's an animation section. Now, these animations are animations that have been captured of real performers, that motion capture, so that they can be applied to animation. So if I wanted to simply put, I'm adding this animation to this guy, you see how his behavior is pretty realistic in terms of how he moves. So we can sort of click on different pieces of animation. There's all kinds of different animations that you can use, and he can walk and talk and then back up a little bit so you can see him actually do his thing. So this is one way of sort of, if you don't want to animate yourself, you can use this and many other libraries out there to apply motion capture animations to your character. It won't actually show you doing that to the one we did in the Ready Player Me, so you can see the full cycle, how this would work. I'm going to go back to character for a minute. The other option is that and we'll come back. I'm sort of going to tie this all together. Let me move this out of the way, but I can't see something here. Hold on. Okay. Is that if you need to get your own characters and you want to model it, you can model something in Blender or Maya 3D packages, or buy it, or get somebody to do it for you. There are sites like Free 3D, where you can sort of get characters, download or pay for them. And then you can they're characters that are rigged. And by a rigged character means a character that has a bone structure that could be animated inside your 3D software. And then you also want characters that are textured, that look like they have skin and clothing. So generally you can find characters that have nothing, just the outer body shell and nothing inside. But Miximo, will allow you to actually rig it and add motion to it. So I want to show an example of that. And so I downloaded a character before that does not have internal skeleton. And so if you just got a character that you like, let's say somebody modeled it for you, there's a lot of great people who know how to sculpt, but don't know how to rig and don't know how to do the other parts that will make the character fully alive. But you can get a lot of great talent that can sculpt things. So let's say you get somebody to sculpt a model, or you buy one. You can then upload a model. I'm going to upload one here. Let's see. And I have one that doesn't have any skin or texture. I'm going to keep it really simple. And basically, I'm uploading this character that I got for free at Free 3D. And I'm not worried about the texture or the look. I just want to see if I can get the outside body and this kind of an anime type character. And it gives you a chance to sort of play around here if you want to change it or move it around. But that seems to be just okay the way it is. And now it has something called an auto rigger. So that means that you can bring this shell of a body and actually rig it and let Miximo rig it so it can actually apply animations. So what you do is you drag some of these icons here, the chin, and you'll see a little close up on the right, and you try to sort of position it on the chin there. Then the wrist is the next one. I'm going to position this on the wrist. Close up gives you an idea what that is. I think, oops, that's good enough. Then the elbows. Let's do the elbows. And again, it's around there. Okay. Now we do the knees. All right. And then we sort of center this toward the center of the body so that it can sort of know where the center of gravity is for this icon. And once you're happy with it, it's using a symmetry to help make that quicker. If you didn't do that and you had a character was not symmetrical in nature, it's harder to pull off. These kind of characters, human bodies, tend to be a left-right, tend to be aligned. And just little information how to place these markers so that it can do the auto rigging. Now I'm going to hit next, and it's going to do its magic. So I'm going to basically look around and try to figure out how it's going to rig it to take about 30 seconds. Give or take. Usually 2 minutes is it's long, it be a complex character. But once it is done, now we can actually apply animations to a body shape that's essentially like a model that had no skeleton. It's going to add a skeleton to it, and then we can add motion to it, running or moving around. Now it's loading it up, and it has a default motion that you can check to see if everything works okay. And this basically, you can review it from different angles. And then if you're happy with it, I'm going to say next. Yes. All right, so it's, let me switch so the same animation I had before, it's basically just applied it to the model, and it worked pretty good. There's some issues with the mesh that probably needs to be looked at later on, but the animation works. So I can go to the animation section and basically find something. Let's do a hip hop dancing. See how that works. And there she goes, hip hopping. And let's try a few other things. You can spend an awful lot of time playing around with these characters once you create them, finding animations that you can sort of bring and apply to these models and so on. So non-player characters, NPCs in game, if you're an avatar in the metaverse, you may run into other characters, maybe another human inside an avatar, but it could be a computer control player. And they may be using animations to help them do their thing. All right, so we'll come back to this. She ran off. Okay, let me switch it. So just to give a better idea, you can, there's a lot of tools out there available, and I'm just gonna quickly just go over a few of them. Some of them don't have to be that you have to use VR headsets to create these environments.
Bill's prompts.
Yeah, sorry. So the idea, a little phone, the system dialing me at the wrong time. So one of them is hubs, Mozilla hubs, which allows you to create 3D environments, and including bringing avatars and so on. And there is communication between the ability to bring in very player avatars and others into these environments. Again, you can sign in for this. There's also a free environment that you can set up all kinds of environments, create rooms, create entire spaces that you can sort of create whatever you want. Other places for creating 3D assets are things like Sketchfab, which allow you to create and buy assets that you might want to use inside your metaverses, from sneakers to all kinds of different ones. You can explore here, and let's say animal and pets, I guess. And a lot of these assets you can actually buy and bring into your different environments, whether you're developing a game or developing a metaverse environment, or in Unity or Unreal or some other package. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of things you can do without blowing a lot of money on this. So we looked already at free 3D. So the next issue we have is that we need to be able to convert the Ready Player Me format, the GLB, to something that Unity and Unreal likes. Basically, the game engines tend to like the format like .fpx, which has been used for a long time. Most 3D packages like Maya or 3D Studio or Cinema 4D, it's a long list. They all support some version of .fpx, so you can export your model. And it's basically a conversion thing. you need to be able to try to export the model as complete as possible. So GLB is a very rich format, and this particular site Pose will convert to all kinds of different formats. So you can take a glib file and export it to FPX, and each one of those does different ability. It can do it to different extents. So the problem sometimes with some of these conversions is you can lose data because not all of them do a complete job. So if you do one with this one, it may support the outer body and may support the skeleton, but won't support necessarily the blend shapes, the lip sync information needed. So making sure, depending that your format converter matches what you want is important. So we're going to give a few different options for all of this, including these. Again, there's a website, and this is free. There's other software you can buy, like room planners that can make you make rooms and let you also convert these objects. You can also find software that may be useful to you, like Microsoft 3D Paint that some people use to create objects. These are not necessarily fully rig objects, but might be, like you said, fishes or furniture and so on, and convert them and export them and so on. And that's a lot of fun. But in most cases, we need to be able to convert the glib file to a fully formed FPX. So one of the ones that does the best job of that is Blender. Blender is a free 3D package, which has been around for a long, long time. It was pretty complex to use. It's gotten much, much better, but it can do the whole ball of wax, from modeling to conversion to painting, creating entire scenes, exporting them into a Unity or Unreal environment for use in a game, or just rendering beautiful scenes. We're going to just use it to convert our Ready Player Me format to something that Unity likes, so that we can continue working with it in our environment. So let me see, what do we got? Okay, so let me bring up Blender. Do you guys see Blender now? I'm not sure now because I wasn't sharing it. I don't think so.
We can see it.
You can see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So at this point in time, what I'm going to do is that format I just downloaded a while ago, I'm going to import it into Blender. So I'm not going to give you a tutorial on Blender. Blender is really complex beast, but it's for conversion is a snap. So I'm going to go in and import, and then you see all the formats that are supported. These are formats supported by a lot of software out there. But we're going down to the .glb, .gbt. Those are comparable formats. And I want to go to download, and let's see if I find my guy. Okay, I'm done. Give me 1 second here.
Orlando, I'm just seeing a static image. It looks like the landing page for Blender, not what you're actually doing on your screen.
Oh, okay, then I'm going to unshare for a minute and then I'll reshare. So just give me 30 seconds. All right, and you guys, as you want, just post questions and we'll have a question and answer period at the end. Let me see, I need to also find the file that we just downloaded. So let me do that. Let me share this. Let me put this over here because I can't find it. And I'm going to go, let me share this. Where are you? Okay, where are we? Let me see. Okay. I think you can see the Blender screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Now give me 1 second because I realized I didn't take a good look where I saved that other file. Sorry, guys. Just trying to make sure I locate the. Okay. Let me do it this way. Okay. So I'm going to import a file. I just re-downloaded it again because it went somewhere strange. When you got too many files on these computers, you can be really organized. So I'm just gonna bring in the file that we just did. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I imported the file that I renamed before, and our character. Bring it in, and here we go. And you notice that he's not really doing much here. Center him. See him there? You see, he's just a plain gray dude. And that's because that's the default rendering that Blender gives you. But if up here in the upper right, if I click on the little ball right to the whole sphere, it should give us a texture map of the character. So now we see the same character that we exported. Now we need this one converted to a .fpx so that we can use it inside of Unity. So now I'm going to simply go to export, not doing anything here. Clicking on .fpx. All right, and I'm going to just leave it in download for now. And okay. Leave it at that. Oops. Right. Okay. Now, I need to set some options here because FPX can export parts or all of the information. I wanted to literally copy everything that's in there. And then a few things that I don't necessarily need is, if you look at this shut off a few options we don't need. Don't need that. Let's go to animations. We're not doing any, we have no big animations because it's very possible to animate in Blender and export the animations to Unity or Unreal. So I did an export. And let's see if we got this. Okay, so I exported this out and doesn't look like much, but now I can do something more with this character. All right, so I'm going to now just switch again. I'm going to stop sharing this and I'm going to reshare the Maximo screen. And Maximo, I should say. And where are we? Okay, we'll go back to this. I think this is where I can get it. Right. Okay, you guys seen the Miximo screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to now upload that character that I finished converting to FPX. And we're going to go to download. And I call it VR demo. And I'm just going to load that up. Now, this time, if things went well, rather than it trying to rig it for me, it's going to recognize that the FPX already has a rig. So there's no need for it to do rigging. All that information will be inside the avatar. All right. So this time, it didn't prompt us to rig it because he's already set correctly. And that looks fine, and I don't see any problems with his texture. So I'm going next. Yes, replace. And he's doing the same animation that we done before. And you can do the same silly dance. And again, I can pick on all kinds of different animations and play around with that. So now we had successfully created a Ready Player character, export it out, convert the format to .fpx, which now Unity can consume, and Maximo can consume, because we need to deal with that in this environment. So that's that all cool. So we'll go to the next step now. So we mentioned so let's see, what's this one about? Okay, so Unity essentially is a package that's being used by most games developed today. I don't know, 50–60% of the games are being developed with Unity. Unreal is the next popular one, but Unity they're both very powerful packages, and all have their strong suits and weak suits. But essentially, Unity is, you can get it and pick it up for free. So if you go to unity.com, if we look at the pricing plan, so these are if you're getting the Plus or the Pro plans. So just go to individual, and if you're a student, you can get it for free, or you're doing a personal plan, you can do it for free. And basically what that means is if you develop a game or something, if it makes less than $100,000, it's free. So and if you're making more than $100,000, well, I guess you could afford that plan. So so it's really a neat tool, and we're gonna look at a little bit at how we're using Unity to do our lip sync. So we saw how we can add animations, and we're going to take a look at how we can use it to take a look at lip sync, and then we'll take some questions. So give me 1 second to convert now. And I'm going to stop sharing again because I got to switch to Unity. Okay, segundo. All right, I think I got it. Here you are. Okay, so hopefully you guys are seeing this our avatar hanging out in the Unity space. Can everybody see that? Hope that's a yes. Okay, okay. And let me. 1 second here. Okay. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So basically now, this is a VR avatar that we exported from Ready Player Me. Ready Player Me can do full characters, so that you can pretty much see the full body, and that's great for standard games. It's also good for non-player games. A lot of people notice that in VR, you'll see a lot of characters from the body up, not the full body. And there's different reasons for it, but at the end of the day, all the current headsets, they track your hands and your head, and you can extrapolate where your body is, but it doesn't do a great job when it comes to legs because there's no trackers on there. You can sort of guess what you're doing, and you're seeing that stuff like in Engage, they sort of guess where the legs might go and do it, but it tends to be a little funky because it's not really tracking them. So a lot of VR headsets, metaverses, just have half bodies because that's what information they actually got. And also means less rendering and less calculations. So in this particular case, we're using this character to demonstrate some early lip sync work that we did on how that works. So just to give you an idea how the model actually looks, in Unity, I can take a look at this avatar. So the avatar has a lot of different bone structures. You notice here, I went to a hip, spine, left hand, right hand, neck, and there's a full rig here, a full skeleton that could be used to animate it. Now, we're not doing this manually because we're going to download, a lot of this being controlled by the headset. And if we can apply animations, then we do that. We do some of that for the hands. But the other thing that it also has is, if you look at left eye, right eye, hair, hands, head, we look at the hands, you notice that there's a bunch of controls here called blend shapes. Blend shapes is one way that characters can be given emotions or ability to speak. So basically, they're little animations that you can control. So here's mouth open, and if I move the slide over, his mouth can open. And you have all these different controls. They control different parts of the face, the eyes, squinting, and so on. And there's actually the teeth has their own blend shapes, which let them sort of do different things, usually related to the jaw. But you don't see that unless his mouth is open. So let's go back to here, and let's do a mouth smile. Yeah, happy guy. So what we're gonna do is, so one of the things we did was, in order to get lip syncing to work, first thing, we have to be able to make sure that our characters can talk over the internet. So we know they can move around. You saw the videos from VR Spaces, they're sort of moving around, and you saw some speakers above them. That was done as a test just to show that they can talk to each other. So literally somebody from Brooklyn can be talking to me out here in Rockaway, New Jersey, and we'll hear it more like the way you would hear Skype or any other kind of software that lets you, how Zoom is working. It's just sending audio files. Well, it's not sending audio files, but sending the wave formats that sort of get turned into that. So once that happens, you need a way of interpreting that sound to a corresponding lip sync, where it's mouth open or closed and so on. So the way we did it is this, again, a lot of different potential ways of dealing with this, but essentially creating, we use one package called Salsa, which we also like to dance to, but essentially it's one of many different packages out there that can help you interpret the sound into the appropriate emotions or look. So if we wanted to see a preview of something, we can actually do this. Let me get rid of that smile because I'm going to show you a demo of him talking. Go back to neutral. Oops, missed them. Okay, so I'm going to, I have a pre-recorded piece that you'll hear talking about the lip sync software, and you'll see take a look at not only his lips, but look at his eyes and even his eyebrows. Little subtle expressions that he can do. And these are an older versions, not as improved as some of the new stuff we're doing, but this gives you a good sense of where we're going. Here we go. Okay. Let me know if you hear or not, because I'm not sure the audio is going to get recorded.
Salsa, simple automated lip sync approximation. The unique technology behind Salsa provides high quality lip sync automation for your 2D and 3D character models. Salsa processes audio files in real time with zero requirement for pre-processing or shape mapping your audio. Results are superior to basic jawbone animations and eliminate labor-intensive phoneme mapping. With its low price point and minimal workflow requirements, Salsa is perfect for indie studios on a time and cost budget. You'll get great results with low impact effort, allowing you to easily breathe AAA quality life into your characters, leaving you more time to focus on what matters most. Pick up Salsa today in the Unity Asset Store. We look forward to seeing what you create.
Did you guys hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also notice that on the right, a bunch of those sliders that I played with were moving all over the place. And basically the algorithm was sort of taking the audio and converting it to appropriate blend shapes, which allow the character to blink, to smile, to open his mouth, his brows move. And that's how we will have our avatars today are using that technology to be able to not only talk to each other, but you see the avatar speaking to you as you hear them talking. So that allows us to create an interactive avatar, and of course, hand movement, finger movements, and things like that. and the things that you'll be able to see when we move into a beta. We're going to have a preview next month. So anybody who sends us emails, we'll put you on the list and send you some new videos. There'll be some updates on the website. And then if you guys have a Quest one, you would actually be on the beta, and we'll include you and let you know when we open the doors up to that. So I'm going to stop the share, and then we can I'll let Maria take over for a minute, then we'll get into some questions.
Okay, thank you, Orlando. That was, let me just see. So now we're in our question and answer period of the session. Thank you again for all of you for attending. We appreciate it. Please let us know your questions. You can unmute yourself, or you can put the question in chat and let us know the questions that you have. And we will be sharing the deck and the list of resources. Thank you for those questions.
And put the email address there so people can see it.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I don't see it, that's why.
It's in the chat, right? I put it in the chat earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, do we have a slide with that?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's going to be on the slide, but I put it in the chat so they can send us an email if they want more information. Yeah.
Okay, let me bring the chat up, see if anybody's.
Oh.
Okay. Let's see what we got.
So in terms of questions, are any of you doing or exploring, doing some animations or avatars, creating avatars, or what if you wanted to share the types of projects you're looking to do?
If anybody's done some work in this space, that'd be great to hear.
I do have a question. Is the product that you're talking about that goes in beta, is that the salsa asset or the lip sync application? Can you clarify what the product is?
Sure. So VR Spaces, the link I gave, vrspaces.tv, that's our Metaverse project. So we show you pieces of what we're doing to create that project. So there's stuff that we create from scratch. And one thing that's great about Unity and the asset store, there's a lot of products that you can add. It would be really difficult to create everything from scratch. So there's a lot of great products like Salsa for lip sync, assets, other characters, a lot of great pieces of software that we make use from there. But it's almost like you're getting the ingredients in the supermarket, and now you got to cook up this meal. And so vrspaces.tv is going to be a public version of that people can come and join. And then we're having a white label version for organizations that want their own personal virtual brick and mortar. So essentially, we're developing vrspaces.tv, and everything else though is available at the some of the products we mentioned are available in the Unity Asset Store.
I see.
We got a great question. That can you add full bodies for half body avatars?
You can actually. We've done some experiments that way. The problem you do right now, the one that we exported was a full body avatar, had full legs and arms and so on. It would be the kind of avatar you would use in a traditional game, first person game like Fortnite or something like that. You're running around and jumping over things. That would be exactly the type of avatar you would create. When you go to VR, while it is possible to do that, you have to do certain compromises. So if you have a full body, it's easier to do a full body like from the torso up because you have enough information for that. If you have legs and knees and feet and you want them to also animate, the options are you can extrapolate where they are. So if you're walking forward because you're pushing the joystick or physically moving forward, then the algorithm will detect that and put a walking animation in there. You can do IK and type of extrapolation as well. Usually you'll see it as slightly unnatural sometimes, especially in certain angles, but But you definitely do full body or half body with Ready Player Me.
Really good question. Thank you.
Yes, can use lip sync software to animate the full body. Yes, you can. Exactly what I just finished showing, that will work just fine on a full body because the structure is the same. It's just one shows more and one shows less. So you'll still have blend shape, you have the full body rig. So yes, as a matter of fact, we've done full body rigs, but we shut off the legs just because we need to show it. But it all works the same. So the structure and the rigs are all there.
We'll also let you know we are also running the XR meeting in one of the XR meetings in New York. We'll let you know we're going to have another session on the extension of the topic. We're happy to let you know if you share your email with us. We're happy to share that information with you as well.
Yeah, we're going to be having demos on much more the end result of all this, and we'll talk about some of the challenges that we face creating these. There's creating a metaverse it's pretty much like creating a multi-user game, except you got more stuff to worry about. So you need all the different players to stay in sync. You need the environments to be in sync. So if you pick up something in your world, that same item is seen to disappear or be picked up in the other world. You need to lip sync to generate. We take it for granted now that we can see our lips moving as we speak in Zoom, but now we have these characters, avatars, that need to move their hands and need to hear the sound and hear the lips move appropriately. And like anything else, the body does all kinds of little things that you need to animate and control. So and then at the end of the day, you want the world to be alive. So you want to see birds flying in the sky, other characters. You want to have a radio that you can turn on. So you want a world that you can interact with. Also, it isn't a real world. And that's where a lot of the work comes in, being able to do that, and test it with a lot of people. So we'll be able to support very large environments that you can walk around like a basic city to parks, and even get a little house on a lake and jump in your boat and go fishing. We happen to live on a lake, so we actually do that. But I think a lot of folks would like to have their own version of that in Metaverse. And you're seeing a lot of talk about digital real estate, which on the surface sounds a little crazy, but it's pretty much like creating a homeroom that you can go and sort of hang out with your friends, or have a meeting with your partners, or leadership, or simply to discuss either scientific topics or just hang around and play games. And so those things have to be in place and need to work well to create a metaverse that's compelling, that you want to hang out in. And that's going to become easier and better as we move forward, because headsets are getting lighter, and we will support desktops, the Mac, Windows, and Android and iOS. We have 2D versions of that so you can see the world, but it's no replacement for an actual immersive environment. It's hard to explain what it is to put on a good headset and have a great experience. And that's what we're trying to show and bring to folks who take another look at what this is. And it's definitely going to be a big deal. Simulation's been around for a long time. That's how jet pilots and airline pilots learn to fly. They don't go up every day in a 747. It's too expensive. It's too dangerous to do something like that. So simulation's been around for a long, long time. Now with VR immersive, you have simulations, you have a much more environments, much more real, and it's going to help with the training for all kinds of skill sets and with less danger. So that's all coming together. The idea of having simulations, having Internet of Things that you control actual equipment from your metaverse in the outside world. So that sort of starts creating a whole bunch of new use cases, not only for education, for the arts, for entertainment, and for anything else you can think of. You're already seeing big changes in the medical field, training people on certain techniques that are really difficult to do every day. It's exciting stuff.
It really is. So if there are no more questions, Dr. Alonso, I guess folks will have a nice.
There's one question about the using photos or videos to create an environment. Yes, you can do that. The best way is it's getting one of those cameras, 360 cameras. The Go has one. There's a bunch of other nice ones out there. But there's actually an app on the Android and the iPhone. It's a Google. It's kind of a straight view thing. They use it really for creating street view 360s. So basically, you stand in a single spot, go into that mode, and take a bunch of pictures, and it can stitch together a 360 environment. So it's kind of the poor man's version of doing that. So you can play around with that. It's a bit tedious, but it does work. I tried it. A lot easier just getting a $300-400 camera that can do it in one shot, and you create a 360 environment for that you can then include inside a VR headset, or even in a game, because the outside the world could be a landscape, a skyscraper, and the middle part could be 3D objects. So you see that done an awful lot in a lot of VR applications.
And you know what? There's another, I'll share this in the resources as well. There are some amazing video VR experiences, such as Ecosphere, stunning, beautiful video photography, and it's truly immersive and amazing storytelling. So I'll certainly share that resource as well. Alonda, we got another good question here.
Yeah, I see
How hard
that.
is it? You see it? It's a good
Yeah,
question.
about how hard it's developed. I think that was definitely true a year ago, but it's much easier today. We're using open standards, XR platform that's being supported, so that everything we're doing for the Oculus, the Quest application, we can switch over to Vive or Index very easily. So we're taking extra steps to avoid using very specific things for the Quest, so that we can switch over. As a matter of fact, we plan to do that this year. Simply whatever we're doing, once we got the Quest 1 out there, to sort of target one of the other VR headsets to do that, so that we don't want to program for multiple headsets. So everything we're doing is so that we can move over to the Vive, the Index, or anything else that comes at us. Uni does a really good job of cross-platform, and there's some really good support now to support multiple VR headsets. So that's not going to be a problem.
Have you seen any merging or relationship of this technology with NFTs?
Yeah, actually,
virtual currency or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of work in this area. It's amazing because it's not like it's so new, but it's already emerging. There's actually assets in the Unity store that to support NFTs. There's platforms that are integrating NFTs and basically being able to handle that in digital e-commerce sites, because that's actually going to be a big trend. So we plan on supporting that later in the year. Apart from anything else, it's inevitable, and it's a good idea. It's just also the market is so new, and you have to wait for the players to settle down a little bit to see who's the market leader. They have really interoperability. You don't want to lock into one particular vendor that doesn't support others. So that's where it gets a little tricky, but it's definitely, you're already seeing it happening.
Thank you. Any other questions for our great speakers? Well, remember to email them with your email address so you are in the loop with all this new development. It's really exciting and interesting. So thank you so much, Orlando, Maria.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be here, Dr. Orlando, and we really appreciated the time that the folks took to spend with us today to learn about this great technology that continues to evolve. It's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, send us your email. We'll meet up in the metaverse.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, everyone.
Have a wonderful night. I mean, good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. So this track will resume at 2:35 for our next session. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello,
Hello, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know who's in charge of the session.
I think it was Kai.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm moderating the session, but it's supposed to start at 2:35 for the grid. So we want to give a little bit more time in case more people enjoying.
Okay.
Good.
It's good to see everyone.
How you doing, Orlando?
Good.
Yeah, good, good.
We're just gonna wait a couple more minutes to see if more people show up, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, great, thank you.
It's nice outside. To change for the weather, right?
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I hate to look out there. It's like, oh, do I want to be inside in class? Where are you, Manuel? You're in New Jersey, or?
Yeah, I'm actually in Hillsborough, New Jersey. No one really knows where that is, but I usually use Princeton University as a landmark. So,
we know 206. I'm in Plainsboro. So,
oh, okay.
yeah, when I gotta go up north that way.
It's good. It's quiet.
Uh-huh.
I'm just glad we're done with the snow. Well, at least we are.
Good, good.
I'm from Minnesota and I feel the same way about being done with snow.
Are you done out there, or is it still, you still get snow in March?
We had a little dusting yesterday, less than an inch, but it's disappearing.
Uh-huh.
You never know. We've had April snowstorms, so.
Yeah.
Orlando, are they still having the vendor shops, or was that suspended this year as well? You know, the flea market where you could buy parts and stuff.
I don't think that's happening in the virtual world. So this would be the third year that is virtual.
Right. Yeah.
But I think it's coming back in person next year.
Okay, great.
There is a very, very good chance of that. All right, we're going to get started with this session of track 7, And our next presenter is Manuel Blanco, and he's a senior design engineer with ITW. And his talk is titled Introduction to Switch Mode Power Technology. I also would encourage you, Manuel, to further introduce yourself at the beginning of your talk. But without further ado, go ahead.
Great. Let me get the beginning. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for having me and for coming to this very important event that we host once a year. But you know, there's a lot of information here. I'm going to try to go through it as quickly and as methodically as possible so that everyone can extract some pragmatic thoughts about this. But in keeping in tune with climate technology, the environment, that's kind of been a theme that's been around since like the early 60s. And hopefully when we go through some of these slides, just bear in mind a couple of things while I take you on this journey on an introduction to switch mode power supplies and why we're living in a really exciting time right now. These are some of the things I'm going to be covering today. For the most part, it'll be a little bit about myself, my unique experience, some patents that I've developed with that experience that I've gained. And then we're going to just dive into, power conversion, how this all ties in with, reducing our carbon footprint and making a lot of the consumable products, particularly now that we can all relate to the automotive industry. Our removal and dependency from fossil fuel is the main thought here. And then we're going to dive into some other areas of, topologies, magnetics, and controls, just to give you an understanding of how all these things tie together. A little bit about my background. I'm Cuban. I came to the United States in the early 80s. And, my dad was a radar engineer in Cuba. Unfortunately, due to the political tensions that were there, we left the country. And I feel very fortunate that I was living at a time where there was, in Cuba, that we call technological disobedience, if you will. And what this basically means is due to the necessities that are in the country, since they can't really produce much things, we ended up, I grew up actually, my dad's toolbox was like my toy box, essentially. I didn't have a lot of toys growing up, but I wouldn't trade that for the world because it was the best school for me. And, I was able to, through his learning and mentoring, understand how to, reuse, repurpose, redesign, and invent. In Cuba, we have a phrase for that. It's called resolver, which means to resolve with what you have. And in many ways, it's unfortunate that that has occurred in the island for so long, about 63 years now. But in the United States, there was always this same parallel with, how can we make things more efficient? How can we evolve, make things more greener? I grew up in an era where that was, a common thing. And being exposed to that at such an early age helped really hone my skills as an engineer. And sometimes I feel like the career chose me. I didn't choose the career in many ways. But to the far right, on the top of this slide, you can see one of the things that me and my dad used to get involved with was repurposing.
Manuel, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you meaning to show slides?
Yeah, can you see the slides?
No, we're not seeing the slides. And
okay,
you should be able to share your screen.
Let me look at that. For some reason, let's see. Where are they? Don't see where I could share this. Oh, here it is. Share the screen. There we go. Share. Can you see that now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Now,
okay.
You may want to put it in presentation mode so we can see. Yeah, there you go.
Can you see it now?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. So, oh, geez, I apologize. I thought that was turned on. But anyways, just to recap what I just said, we're keeping in tune with climate technology and the environment. And one of the interesting things that is happening right now in our times is these things we call switch mode power supplies. Everything that we use requires some form of power, either to convert it, extract it, manipulate it, just to power all the devices that we have. And the ultimate goal here is to obviously erase our carbon footprint and eradicate or eliminate our dependency on oil. This is the agenda that I just covered before about we were going to cover, some of my background, patented technology, and how power electronic plays in this entire realm of, saving the environment and making things more greener. This was the slide where I was talking about my background, my education, and a lot of my active memberships right now. And as I was mentioning, I feel very fortunate that, I came from Cuba at a time where things were not politically right, but we were able to capitalize on that. And as a youngster, I was helping my dad, get involved with this technological disobedience that's been, plaguing the island for 63 years and moving forward. And, there's the pros of that. If you want to look at a pro, is my dad being a radar engineer, we were able to repurpose, reuse, and redesign. And in Cuba, the word for that is resolver, which means to resolve, commutate, take something that would normally be articulated as one item and then repurpose it, re-engineer it, and reinvent it to another. So one of the things that I used to get involved with my dad heavily was repurposing refrigeration compressors. And what you see there on the far right is, a compressor that's been, taken apart. And at times we would have to rewind the commutators and the stators in there. And then we would repurpose that to make an air compressor for machine shops. In the United States, there was a parallel thing going on with the Maker Faire. So you can compare that type of movement in the island with what the Maker Faire is. Of course, the Maker Faire is magnitudes and strides ahead of the availability of technology and things that are afforded to advance it in that direction. But it helped hone my liking for engineering, and I was fortunate enough to pursue that in my own career. And I take a lot of those lessons that I learned as a youngster and implemented in my design work. Some of my professional experience, as I mentioned, I feel like the career chose me. I didn't choose the career because initially I got my background in semiconductor physics, and I had the opportunity to double major, and I chose electrical engineering because that was what I was heavily involved with and exposed to with my dad. But I was able to leverage that. And at the time that I was in college, power electronics, power engineering was not a formalized field. In fact, power electronics evolved throughout the years as, and most people that got in it, including myself, got into it by accident. It wasn't until like the, late 70s, mid 80s that it started being formalized as a unified field. And it became unified basically out of necessity. I think there was issues going on with power supplies in the military, and Professor Middlebrook in Caltech was one of the innovators that started that entire area of study, and it propagated later on to Duke University, and then obviously it's a formalized field now that it's been extended into higher power and convertible energy, wearables. So it's really grown, and it's a really exciting time to be in. But I got my start in power conversion at Avionic Instruments, and some of the stuff that I was designing there was instrumentation clusters for cockpit and aviation equipment. Later on, I was working in a gallium arsenide factory designing RF amplifiers and mimics that went into radio telemetry devices, cell phones. So the neat thing about working there was that I was able to capitalize on my device physics background along with my physical circuit design background. And I was able to appreciate some of the I call it band gap engineering, because some of these wafers we were able to grow them from scratch and be able to contour the actual device physics aspect of it so that we can expect an electrical dynamic for how we wanted to use these little amplifiers in telemetry devices. Much later, I was involved in the illumination industry at Dialight, where when I joined, most of their illumination devices, traffic lights and crosswalk, stop signs and illumination clusters were all incandescent. So they were in the LEDs were actually starting to migrate into the market during that time period. And I was instrumental in designing a lot of the switch mode power supplies that were utilized in a variety of their products. So it's a culmination of all these experiences that where I was able to capitalize a lot of my experience and then take my device physics background with my RF background and divulge that into high frequency magnetics and implement that into switch mode power supplies. On a personal level, I also design audio tube amplifiers. In fact, I repair them for a local shop here in my town. And, that kind of helps keep me in tune with a lot of the products that I design now at the company I work for, Simco Ion, where we design electrostatic applicators and devices that are used for ESD control, contamination, and conveyance. So as I mentioned, the company I work for is Simco Ion. They've been around since 1936. They operate decentralized. They're part of a much larger conglomerate company, ITW. They were around since the 1932s. And, Simco Ion falls under the electrostatic division of that. And the majority of the products that I'm designing in the focal group are, products that are used to generate a charge or to neutralize a charge in a target area. So, you might think, well, where is electrostatics actually used? Well, you probably interact with a lot of the byproducts of the equipment that uses our equipment. For example, something simple as a paper bag. When the paper bag gets manufactured, it's actually delivered to a manufacturer that will cut and glue this bag, maybe imprint a logo. And the drum is probably like the diameter of the door going into a room in your house and probably the height of the ceiling of your house. And this roll has to be unwound at very high speeds, and it goes through different rollers where there could be contact separation, and that contact separation can generate a really large amount of electrical charge. And that electrical charge could potentially ignite the material, damage the material, but the other side of it is the safety, operator safety. You can have an ESD event that can cause, operator injury. Another area is medical catheter making. For example, sometimes when they make these catheters, the process goes through an injection molding and pultrusion as they pull the catheter out. There's contact friction. Where there's contact friction, there could be accumulated charges on the plastic. And you can have particulates that are attracted to that by the electrostatic fields involved in manufacturing the catheter itself. So some of our equipment is strategically placed during the conveyance process of other material to generate a final product. And this is just an array of different products that I've been involved with. The IQ Power right now is the most sophisticated system that articulates a lot of control, amplitude, voltage, multi-axis, we call it. And we have several patents that myself and the group have accumulated, and we've diversified and leveraged a lot of those patents in a lot of the different products that we've manufactured. So one of the things that switch mode power supplies gives you, and having that type of controllability, is you're able to design special control and digital controls to be able to contour the voltage, the current, and the power at the target. That, some of our earlier products had just lamination transformers, and we couldn't really control with that type of granular control to abate the charge at a target. So some of the earlier simpler devices were what I call the brute force lamination transformers, or ferroresonant transformers, that used standard household current, elevated it to a higher voltage, let's say 5-6 kV, just to generate the ions and then get the ions to the target using some mobile transport mechanism, usually air, or by bringing the bar applicator closer to the target. The next evolutionary type of products were these smaller, self-resonant type of converters, not switching converters in the root sense of what a switch mode converter is these days, but these were like the initial infancies of switch mode converters. These usually operated at a 50% duty cycle and were self-protected due to the oscillator component of the drive mechanism on the primary side. But nonetheless, it gave you an ability to articulate the control in various axes. So, some of the earlier products that we designed fall into two categories. There's the static applicators and the power supplies that drive them. And, one of the things to take away from the miniaturization and why we're living in such an exciting time right now is that we can actually take these power supplies and really shrink them by increasing the operating frequency. To put it in perspective, at the top here, you have like a 60 hertz lamination transformer that might weigh 8-9 pounds. You can get the same type of voltage and efficiency from something as small as about a quarter, which is towards the middle of this page here on the right, on top of pulse width modulation caption. Just to give you an idea of how dense some of these power supplies are becoming, just by the mere nature. And then there's been also advancements in silicon carbide switching mechanisms or devices that are used to design these switchers. So just to explain a little bit more about electrostatics, I had mentioned this a little bit before, but anytime you have two dissimilar materials, you can have friction and you can have contact separation. Obviously, from basic electrostatics, we know that like charges repel and different charges attract. So when we generate these different pin voltages, we do that sort of on purpose to be able to neutralize the target material that's either being conveyed or moved to be processed. In the previous example, I had mentioned a paper bag, for example, or a catheter. So you can imagine trying to generate these type of voltages using what I would call brute force transformers. You'd end up getting a system that's really large and really big. So switch mode power supplies play a big role in being able to control this in a nice fashion, and it gives you several axes of control. So I had mentioned myself and the group have come up with various different types of patented technology that extends from the voltage generation to the control contour to the duty cycle control, frequency, amplitude. We've really covered a lot of things, and really proud of the group as a whole being able to contribute to some of these new products. And we keep spreading all these evolutionary things that we've discovered that we can implement with switch mode power supplies. And one of the major positives of being able to do that is monitoring, being able to give the customer, for example, a visual indicator as to, is there a charge on my web? Because that's one of the major questions. They don't want to get close to it because they don't want to create a fire, create a safety issue with operators, and they don't want to damage the material. And they also want to know when to clean it, because not only are we abating the charge, but we're also attracting particulates while we're doing that. So there's a maintenance component that's involved with that. So we're able to leverage and pivot a lot of these different control modalities and turn those into simple decision indicators and control mechanisms that the customer can see. This is another patent that the group that we have on multiple axis control, interleave sampling, where we actually turn off the power supply and actually use the emitter pins as a metering device to know exactly how to contour the supply for the next switching cycle. So it's like a look ahead forward control modality. And this is the inner workings of a bar. As I mentioned, some of the products that we've designed as a group originally take the form of a power supply that drives an applicator, but with the advent of switch mode power supplies, we're able to really miniaturize these devices so small that now the power supply can actually be embedded in the applicator. So where we traditionally would have AC power going into a transformer and then generating 5 to 10 kV with high voltage wire to connect the applicators, now we just have 24 volts or 10 volts coming in, elevating the voltage to 510 kV and then applying it right at the applicator, so the customer doesn't even have to deal with wiring high voltage or threading high voltage wire to meet their needs for their target applications. All right, so hopefully by now you got an idea of, you know, how the breadth and the depth of switch mode power supplies and where they can be used. As far as what I've been involved with it. But, you know, right now is a very interesting time. Unfortunately, you know, with the war that's going on in Ukraine, we've all been feeling the dependency on oil. And there's really been a push. In fact, Biden had his speech about a few weeks ago talking about, yeah, we need to, you know, really push the electric car. And that's something that's a really interesting thing. The electric car is not a new concept. It's been around, I want to say since the 1900s. Nikola Tesla was probably one of the first ones that created that thought, patented it. He did a remote control battery powered boat in his time, really, really ahead of his time. The technology was not there, but he proved the concept that it can be done. And here we are in 2022, and I think all these things can be done. I think that, you know, it's my view that I think these things don't have a certain trajectory map. Like in the computer field, we have Moore's law that tells us clearly you have different chip manufacturers involved in semiconductor, and they clearly have a linear path as to, okay, we're going to definitely make things much smaller, double the density, increase the power, and all that. There's a clear map with that. What I see going on right now is a culmination of various technologies that are dabbling in the same thought of, hey, we need to reduce the carbon footprint. We have to care about our planet, but we also have to like eliminate our dependence on oil, right? And, you know, you have some manufacturers that are going with a hybrid electric concept. Some are going with a full electric plug-in concept. Some want to use natural gas. Some want to go with a battery fuel cell type of technology, flex fuel, even hydrogen has been entertained, cryogenically converting hydrogen into a fuel source. But I think the root cause or the root interest in all this bears in a culmination of different technologies and leveraging and pivoting all these technologies to somehow synergistically work together. From the way I see it, we're looking at like harvesting this power and energy, and at the root of all this is power converters, because once we extract the energy, whether we go with solar, geothermal, wind, oceanic, piezo, vibrational, even electrostatic generators, we have to find some way to convert that raw energy, whether it's through flexion, torsion, compression, expansion, have that raw energy go through some mechanical process to eventually convert it into an electrical process, and then take that electrical process and further refine it to power our everyday wearable devices, which is, you know, at the last slide at the bottom there, if you could believe it or not, the human body, when it's at rest, can produce about 100 watts of power. When you're exercising heavily, you can produce almost 1 kilowatt to 2 kilowatts of power, depending on how rigorously you're exercising. So, you know, wearables is going to really take off a lot, and it's a really exciting time right now, where eventually we're going to have, you know, holographic screens and stuff on our skin. So it's a really interesting time to really get involved in that area. So, you know, now that we kind of have an idea of the sources of the power, I just want to cover just briefly the history of power electronics. So, you know, power electronics, as I said, became mature in the late 70s, and it took off as a formalized field in the mid 80s up to now. But originally it dates back to the 1900s. You know, the original power converting machines were rotational machines. These were just, electromagnetic machines that were either wound to generate DC or separately excited to generate AC. Most of them, most of those designs haven't really changed fundamentally since the 1800s, 1830s. There's been obviously newer materials, um, refinements and inventions and how to apply that technology using more modern techniques, but fundamentally that hasn't changed. In those days, if you wanted to take, let's say, DC power from a dynamo and generated it through a magneto for AC, you'd literally have to couple two rotational machines together, and the efficiency was not that great because you have slippage on the rings and a bunch of other mechanical factors that contribute to the overall inefficiency of that system. Much later on, the AC conversion from big generators, let's say from like Niagara Falls, type of water powered turbines. If you wanted to create DC, you'd have to use mercury discharge tubes. In fact, that was the first diode before the Fleming diode was created using vacuum tubes. They actually had a bulb full of mercury, and you would drive a current through it. And the heat of the current going through the conductive mercury on the contacts would elevate the temperature of the mercury and cause it to rise, thus separating it. So you'd have current conduction in one direction and blocking in the other direction. But that was like a brute force diode. And then much later, through thermionic emission, vacuum tubes came around the 1900s with Edison's observation, with the light bulb, and then much later Lee de Forest with the triode. But again, these were bulky systems. They were not particularly used as traditional switchers. They had these devices back then in the tube era called multi-vibrators that used self-resonating oscillatory coils that were perpetuating. There was no control mechanism for these things. They basically were like a spark generator. And that's basically the control mechanism that was used. It wasn't until the 1940s with the advent of the transistor right here in New Jersey that power conversion actually took off once the invention of the transistor came about. And then in the mid 1970s, with the advent of and advances in semiconductor industries and wafers, we were able to create control chips to implement all the control, the digital control, the pulse width modulation control, and the feedback control all in one chip. Prior to that, you would have to create your own analog and digital controllers as separate blocks for whatever power supply you were planning on designing. So, in tune with the historical facts of how power supplies were created, you had the gas discharge tube that was created around 1902. It's almost like in many ways, like my career chose me, I didn't choose it. Sometimes the products of the time evolved the technology, which is what I feel what's going on right now with this energy crunch of reducing the carbon footprint and such. But 1900s was an interesting year because Charles Kettering around 1910, he was the one that developed the starter motor, and it was advertised as the crank, the car that has no crank. And back in those days, you'd have to actually get out of your car, crank the magneto spring that was coupled to the flywheel to break the inertia on the engine. And you can imagine the amount of energy that's stored in the spring. A lot of people, broke their hands and whatnot. There's a lot of accidents. So, necessity is the mother of invention. And here we have a case where Charles Kettering created the starter motor, but at the same time, within a year or so, he created the first flyback converter, which was the mechanical version of one of the first converters before transistors were actually invented. And that was done basically to create the ignition source for the compression stroke to generate the ignition during the power stroke of the engine. So if you can imagine, once the engine was started and the mechanical inertia was broken, you'd have a 4-cycle engine going through its compression, combustion, exhaust, and intake cycle, you'd have to have a way to synchronize the ignition source to create the detonation explosion in the cylinder to generate the power stroke. So there was, clever timing mechanisms that were in place, and some of you may or may not remember this, but cars nowadays have electronic ignitions that do this using optical or Hall effect devices. But back in those days, you actually had a distributor with a cap and points, and those points were synchronously aligned as to when you wanted this ignition source to kick on. And then you would have an ignition coil set up as an auto transformer to elevate the 12 volts from the battery to something like 6 to 12 kV to generate a spark at the spark plug to generate the ignition source. But anyways, the takeaway from this is so that you can get a feel as to, from an evolutionary point of view, how far we've gone from, mercury vapor diodes to a mechanical version of a flyback converter to when transistors were actually implemented and then later on ICs. So one of the first commercial devices that was able to capitalize on switching converters that were discrete transistor type was the Apple II computer. That actually used a Cook converter. And then the HP 35 calculator used a small battery powered flyback converter. So, one of the interesting things about power conversion is that it's multidisciplinary. So it's one of the things that I really enjoyed about the field is the fact that it's not centered over one type of domain. You almost have to be an expert in all of them and know how to pivot and leverage all these things as you're designing your switch mode converter. Obviously, you need to know something about control systems because you want to be able to regulate the output and make sure that it works through the entire range of the load that you plan to drive. You have to know how to switch these devices correctly, and you have to use signal synthesis. A lot of these switching mechanisms were borrowed from communication systems. You also have to have knowledge of the electronic devices, the magnetics, the thermodynamics of these materials, how they get, because they're going to eventually heat up as you're generating power through them. And obviously you have to identify the energy and the power source. A lot of the things that are going on right now with the energy harvesters and Industry 4.0 is they're actually making these devices extremely low power. So you can actually have, sensors in a factory that just have the sensor connected, for example, to a heat pipe that runs the furnace in the factory, and they extrapolate the heat from that, and they can run monitoring systems right off of that. Or they can actually extract the power from the factory itself using vibrational, acoustics, piezoelectric effects, any of those type of energy sources. But the takeaway from this triangle is that it's a multifaceted type of multidisciplinary field. And, you have to identify and know how to leverage all these different domains and how to apply them appropriately. But anyways, as an example of a power conversion process, the converter process is classified based on input and output, then the type of current that you're getting out of the device. When we're converting from DC to AC, we call that inversion. When we're converting alternating AC to alternating AC, we call that cycle conversion. It could be a different power, current level, or maybe even different frequency. Something like in an airplane, they run on 400 hertz instead of 50, 60 hertz that we use in our house. Alternating current, the conversion of AC to DC is called rectification, and DC to DC converter, that's just converting a DC source to another lower level DC source. So where you would see that is like your cell phone, interfacing like your cell phone to your car or to your household, where you're taking a DC to DC source and you're trying to power a DC powered device. But anyways, the picture on top here kind of illustrates this different levels and processes in this conversion. You can have a house equipped with solar cells. Those take light photons, convert them into DC. You could have that array set up in series or parallel connections depending on the voltage and current level you want. Then you want to be able to convert that into some AC source, cycle convert it, sell it back to the grid when you're not using it. You can have bidirectional conversion between the grid and the AC converter. And then, for example, from a consumable standpoint, you can be home and say, hey, I want to charge my car in my house. So you have to take this little AC to DC converter, connect it to your wall plug, and then connect your phone to it. Or you can just take it on the go and use a DC to DC converter, like these little cigarette style USB chargers, where you're taking 12 volts from the battery and converting it to like 5 volts, 1 amp to charge your laptop or your phone. But at any rate, you can see that these converters are kind of embedded, and they've become like mainstream, and we use them all the time, maybe not even realizing that we're using it. But something as simple as this process here actually utilizes all the conversion processes. So, the elements of these converters, they use basically 3 elements: inductors, transformers, which are basically coupled inductances on the same core, and capacitors. So, the reason why we use these devices is because they store energy, but they don't dissipate any power, ideally, let's say. The same thing with transistors. We don't use them in the triode amplifier mode, but we use them in the switch mode. In other words, they're always on or always off. And the reason why that is because if the device is completely on, the voltage drop across the device is 0, even though it can sink a lot of current. So the power product is 0. So in theory, it should dissipate 0 power, but they're non-ideal idealities that come up in the manufacturer, and you have a very tiny, small RDS on resistance, which can become a nuisance and also interrupt a lot of the switching mechanisms and the energetic waveform. So that's an area that's being constantly evolved. And I think now the big buzz thing that's going on right now is silicon carbide and gallium nitride. They're past their infancy at this point. They're starting to gain a lot of market traction for a lot of high power switching. But what makes those devices very attractive is the high electron mobility, the fact that they can block high voltages, and their speed. Traditionally, resistors are not really used, but we need them in order to set feedback servos and sense voltages, but they don't form part of the actual switching mechanism. So again, inductors, the average voltage across the inductor is 0 over a period, because you have to have volt-second balance for both periods. And the same thing with the capacitor. We store a charge in the parallel plates, but the overall current in the capacitor is 0. And I just went over why the power product, current and voltage of the switches, is 0 ideally. And then, we pulse width modulate this by, extending or compressing the pulse width during the switching cycle, such that, when we take, pass the output through a filter, we eliminate the high frequency harmonics, and we end up with a fundamental DC that's equivalent to the target level that we want to generate. In this case, for a DC to DC converter, if we wanted to invert that, then there would be a post process to take, for example, the inverters that you would see that run off your 12-volt battery to generate 120 volt, 220 volt, 50, 60 hertz. You obviously first have to do a DC to DC conversion on the front end, and then do a bipolar converter with either half bridge, full bridge, to generate the AC at the correct frequency on the back end. But nonetheless, fundamentally, you're using all these theories and switching techniques to generate the power to the target device that you want to energize. This is not per se a switch mode power supply, but what I want to illustrate in this picture is that automatic reset happens by virtue of the line frequency that comes into your house. Since it's sinusoidal, it reverses itself automatically. So you automatically get, with a lamination transformer, because you're driving it with a sinusoidal source, and you're not physically switching it from a DC source, you automatically get a volt-second reset, with the transformer by virtue of what you're driving it with, but it illustrates the conduction of the diodes in one direction and in the opposing direction, in this case for full wave rectification. But because it operates in such a low frequency, 60 hertz, obviously the geometric size of the transformer has to be adjusted for the appropriate power that you're trying to achieve. But nonetheless, it illustrates the flow and the control and the switching and the reset that you have to bear in mind with something as simple as a full wave rectifier. So one of the major things as a power electronics engineer that you want to be able to leverage and pivot is, how deciding which topology to use. Obviously, I just covered that there's three fundamental elements that are used in switch mode power supplies, which are the inductor, the capacitor, and a switching mechanism. But how these devices are oriented dictate the topology of how the switching converter is going to work. On the top here, we have a buck topology because it takes the input voltage and reduces it to a much lower voltage than the input. Traditionally, this was done with linear regulators, but linears have their limit in terms of the power that they can generate. And in reality, they're not switchers because all they are is a transistor operating in a triode mode or an amplifier mode. So you're limited to the amount of conduction cycle you can get out of it. But nonetheless, that's where buck converters got their start, with a lot of replacing a lot of these linear converters that we normally see, or shunt regulators as they call them. The next topology, if you start switching the location of the inductor and the diode and the switch, think of that as a three-legged device, although it's not embedded as one device, but you can rotate the location and the topology and how the device are, and you get a boost topology. It's called boost because you take your input voltage and typically it's used to elevate the output voltage to a much higher voltage than the input. And then the buck boost actually does both. It can elevate or decrement the output voltage within a certain operational point. And then there's extensions of these topologies. These are the non-isolated topologies. But for example, if you take a buck boost topology and you replace that center inductor with a coupled inductor winding, let's say 1-to-1 in this case, it doesn't have to be 1-to-1, but you create isolation. And the nice thing is now you have a transformer that you can actually tune based on the turn ratio dynamics of transformer action to get the output level that you want. So now you're balancing the amount of output that you can get based on the amount of accumulated charge that's on the inductor and the capacitor due to duty cycle control. But now you have another element of tuning, which is the physical turns ratio of the inductor. And then that leads us to a flyback converter. And then there's other, this is one of the fundamental isolated converters, but there's several other. There's a half bridge, full bridge, LLC. And there's pros and cons as to when to use these devices, and that's usually predicated on the amount of power that you want to get and other, design constraints that the design may require in terms of size, volume, and power. So, you wouldn't use something like a full bridge for something small that's generating, 5 volts, 1 amp or something like that. So power is a very big, fundamental core parameter to look at things, but you also have to step back and say, well, what's the most efficient way to do this? So I mentioned that in power electronics, you almost have to be pretty versed in several domains, magnetics being one of them. This is the BH loop that you would expect from a ferromagnetic material. So the key things to bear in mind here are the permeability, the saturation flux density, the core losses, which are typically the width of that BH loop. And, when you energize the coil, you're actually orienting the domains in one direction and then releasing them. And in virtue of releasing them, you're storing energy in one direction and then releasing it in the off direction based on the duty cycle control. So, when you're designing a switch mode power supply, you have to take into account a lot of different dimensional things: the operating frequency, the core area, the geometry, and all these other factors that play into designing the particular transformer that you want to do for your application. In the case of flyback, we're only switching in the top right quadrant, but something like the lamination transformers, although they switch at 60 hertz, and other bidirectional switchers, they switch on the top right and the bottom left. They utilize the full BH loop switching mechanism, and there's different attributes as to why you want to use that or not, depending on the conduction angle in your application. But there's really no Moore's law for magnetics, so a lot of these soft magnetic materials haven't really been updated. There's been some engineering design in some of these things, but nothing radically changing, like, for example, for the semiconductor devices in the case of silicon carbide and gallium nitride. So again, this is, another area that you have to be able to leverage is the winding technique. It's sort of like the secret sauce in some of these things. Believe it or not, the winding style, the lay, the type of wire, whether it's lits or stranded wire, a lot of these things play a lot of, add a lot of incremental deficiencies to the efficiency of the power supply. So you not only have to understand the magnetics, but you also have to be versed and almost become an artist on how to understand how these deficiencies in winding styles contribute to losses in the magnetics. There's been a lot of times where I've had to deal with issues with magnetic devices that were designed to operate in a certain region, and all of a sudden you get a different dynamic after this thing's released in production. So you have to go back and understand what has changed from a fundamental construction of the transformer, let's say. But a lot of these cores are available in industry standard geometries that have been around for quite some time now. But what differentiates one from another is basically, as I mentioned, the comparison as to what the application is and how much power you're going to be using for that. And again, on the top there, we have the three basic buck boost, and there's one I don't have on here, which is the Chook, which is the fourth non-isolated topology. And then all the ones on the bottom have a coupled transformer. These are all isolated: forward, flyback, push, pull, half bridge, full bridge. There's several other ones that are not listed there. The LLC topology, because that one has its unique place depending on load. That one capitalizes on resonances of the load, so you have to be careful when you design an LLC converter to operate at the precise quality factor of the filter. So again, a lot of these things are dominated relatively by efficiency, parts cost, and performance, and there's trade-offs in all those paradigms. And then lastly, there's the area of regulatory compliance. So, before you dive into designing these devices of energy conversion, you got to look at the regulatory compliance markings. Where do you plan on selling either the transformer itself, the converter itself, or the appliance that has this converter built into it? So there's a lot of safety and regulatory compliances that you have to meet, whether you plan on selling your device in Europe, Canada, the US. Also the type of device that is being used, whether it's scientific equipment, what category it falls in, medical equipment, communications. A lot of that has to do with the EMI, conducted and radiated test that you subject your end product to be tested to. So, a couple of different areas could be home, commercial, light industrial, laboratory equipment. And then finally, once you get to, selecting, understanding the energy source, understanding the topology, understanding the conversion process, selecting your components, the topology, the magnetics, fine tuning all that, and taking into account the regulatory compliance that's involved with that, then you have to take your device to a test lab to be able to categorically test your device for all sorts of punitive tests that a customer might have. For example, harmonics coming off the line frequency, ESD discharge coming from from operator interacting with the device, low voltage surge flicker, dips and interrupts. These are all multi-dimensional testing that has to be applied to your end product. And you have to sort of consider these things on the front end, because you could come up with a very simple design on the front end, and then you find out that this is going to be embedded in a consumable product and not being sold as an open frame power source. And all of a sudden you have to take into consideration all these regulatory laws that you have to meet. And it becomes a very costly at the very end to make any adaptive changes to pass any regulatory testing. I mentioned before,
Manuel, I wanted to call a 5-minute warning. We got 5 minutes. We had a hard stop at 3:30, so people can get to the keynote speaker at 3:40.
Yes.
So just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'm just wrapping it up right now. So as in keeping in tune with the evolutionary process of these devices, the SG1524 is the first device in '76 that was designed that embedded the PWM converter, the feedback control servo, and the sense voltage translators all inside one IC chip. And this was actually done on teletype machines, fax machines, essentially. What we have here is a commonplace TL494, but you find all the classical requirements that you would need to build any switch mode power supply. You have a baseline oscillator to generate your pulse width modulation. You have your gate driver, digital gate drivers to drive your switching semiconductors. You also have error amplifiers. In this case, we have two. You can dedicate one for voltage or for current convergence, or for other error detection you might have, and then you have an internal voltage reference. But you can imagine all these devices being designed prior to the '70s as separate entities, now embedded into a tiny chip about the size of a dime. So you can appreciate that. Anyways, this is a schematic of a fax xerography machine, a photocopier essentially, that has all these elements already embedded in it. It has the PWM controller we just discussed, a feedback servo that's associated with the op amps, error amplifiers that are internal to the PM controller, and we have the magnetic device, and then we have the switching device. In this case, it's one transistor driving a single winding, so it's a flyback converter, and they use a voltage multiplier to generate the electrostatics to capture the image on the drum as you make a photocopy of it. And then finally, to get a feel on how the size and the dimension of this, I had mentioned that I'm involved in a lot of audio amplifier design, and I build my own tube amps. This was a challenge to myself to build a filament power supply for a stereo tube amp. You could see that the biggest device on here is the lamination transformer. Weighs anywhere between 9 pounds or 5 pounds, depending if it's the audio output, and you need two of them. So off the bat, you have about 10 pounds worth of 10 or 20 pounds worth of transformer stuff. So I was able to redesign this circuit, at least the power supply section of it, for the filament transformer. So I was able to reduce the cost of the power transformer from $90, it weighed 90 pounds, can generate 50 watts, to a buck converter that can operate at 50 kilohertz, cost $8, weighs about 3/4 of a pound, and can do the same articulated power in a much condensed density. But you can get this, obviously I could get this more compressed. This is more of an experimental investigation, but you get a feel for dimensionally how small these things can become. And then this is this actual schematic of that. It was a buck converter, some of the calculations that were done to generate that. And I used the TL494 converter IC that I had mentioned earlier. These were some calculations I had done, trade-offs in terms of increasing the frequency to reduce the inductance value. And if I operated at a much higher voltage, I would need a much larger inductance value. So it was sort of general paperwork calculations. But all in all, this is the actual power. I got about 8 watts out of it. So, you know, it worked pretty well. This is some of the benchmarks. The top is the switching mechanism. The bottom is the PWM turn on signal, square waves and whatnot. And then I calculated the percentage error for that, which came out pretty close. I believe I was shooting for 6.69 volts. I actually got 6.3. So it was a 5% error difference between calculated and actual building it. But it worked fine. There was no hum. And the beauty of using this device is, you know, something that plug tube amplifiers is 60 hertz hum. You have no hum. You're operating at 50 kilohertz. You're extremely far from that. So anyways, this is the chassis I plan on putting it in. And for those who are interested in more reading, I've separated some suggestive books here. These are books that I've read that are particularly just on theory. These are more on physical practice of building switchers and all sorts of switch mode power supplies. Again, these are some additional ones, some of my personal favorites. And I appreciate for your time. My apologies for the beginning of our slide that we missed a few of those
problem.
slides.
We probably just have time for maybe one question. Anybody? So Manuel, if you could tell me very succinctly, so these are you presented the classic topologies for switching mode power supplies or power circuits. But we see a lot of interest in resonant topologies, mainly for lighting, which you have experience with a lot of LED lighting. So can you very quickly maybe summarize and contrast the advantages and disadvantages of the resonant topology versus the classic ones that you show?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I worked in LED lighting earlier in my career. One of the things that's tough to control is the forward current, the current sharing, and how these LEDs get arranged, whether it's a series parallel, if you drive them with constant current or constant voltages. And as the temperature changes on these LEDs, so does the luminosity of the LED. So what you want to have is a power supply that operates in a very narrow window with a very low Q. And the problem with that is when you're driving LEDs, the temperature changes on the device itself can cause these shifts, and it could cause the power supply to fall out of resonance sometimes. And basically it's a trade-off between how consistent you can drive this device with a constant current source. And you know, the LLC that makes it more attractive is the fact that it has if you look at a bell curve, you can operate it very close to like 75 to 110 out of that curve. But once you fall out of the resonance curve, then the efficiency falls down really, really quick. That's been my experience with it. For the type of power supplies that I design, some of them we're migrating more towards DC input and high voltage AC output. So a lot of the topologies that I've been using is the 2-switch forward, for example, and the push-pull, depending on the input, how low the input DC is.
That's great. Thank you for your answer. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Manuel. Great presentation. Very interesting. We could talk about this for another 4 hours. And so thank you so much to you and everybody that is here. So I just wanted to remind you, the keynote speaker will start in 7 minutes, and you can get there from the main website of the event and click on the keynote speaker link. Thank you so much. This concludes this track. And again, thank you so much for attending. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See everyone now. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.